Well, here I am. How are you doing, Doc? It's one of those streams, isn't it? I've got some cigarettes right here, and my Monday crusty mood. Things to say. They aren't specific things. They're kind of like, you know, bunched up stuff that, well, needs to get out, you know. That's what it is. So today, I'm not gonna be streaming like Inquisition and shit or any games. I'll just be streaming myself to you, Doc, my favorite therapist. So, lately it's been like shit. I'm gonna say that much. I'm also smoking, so if I'm pausing, it's usually to gather my thoughts or have a puff, you know. Or enjoy the music a little bit, you know. Sometimes you gotta stop and enjoy the music, right? I guess that's kind of like the point here. I just need a little bit of time to stop and listen to the music, you know? The music of fucking creation. Like some kind of abominable elder. And see things melodically shape themselves around me and be mesmerized by it. Hello, Kaori. How are you doing? By the way, I'm gonna disclaim right now. If any goals are reached today, I'm saving them for next time. Provided next time isn't going to be one more diary entry, of course, which I'm not saying it is, but, you know, if it is, if I deem it necessary, because your job is just shut up and listen to me anyway, so tough life, you know? But, yeah, that's how it's gonna be. If I need it, there's gonna be another stream like that, but if I don't need it, it's gonna be normal stream, and I will catch you out on that normal stream, okay? Yeah, I could use some dance, so it's good that you're contributing. All of us could, apparently. 4,000, what the fuck? That's cheating almost. Anyway, I don't have the mood to be not moody, sadly. So, I have to say, you know, this is my limit break. That's where I LB you. This is where I LB, and my LB It's what you see on the screen, I guess. I flower up, and nothing hurts me. I can feel the breeze. And it smells nice. Very nice. And you know, there is some morning dew on it. And that's how I am, breezy. That's my limit break. When it charges up, and you know what charges it up, right? Bullshit charges it up, to be honest. The shit we go through. I don't know. So, you know, I'm kind of blooming here. And to do that, I need to shed some older petals, I guess. You know? In the form of Dear Diary style entries, apparently. Which I've done a few times. If that laugh came out fake, it wasn't. I was surprised myself, like that was a genuine little smirk. Cool, I've never done that before like that. It sounded almost rehearsed, honestly, but it's not. And hey, neither is what I'm saying now, so that's kind of... I guess, you know... That's the point, isn't it? Really. Where do I start? How do I start? Oh, by the way, I might have to cut the stream short at one point. Just saying, I might get too emotional, and besides, like around like 8 o'clock or something, I have to go, I think. I'm not sure if I have to go. I'll know, but if I don't have to go, I'll stay with you for as long as I can. You know, and I'm a bit energetic when I say this. I don't know if you noticed the tone change, but like... It's because I like hanging out here. In my little own therapy space, when I need it to be. Or a gaming space when I need it to be. In general, or generally speaking, I guess I was about to say, but I was cut short by a thought. You know, what's the point of having something if you can't enjoy it, right? Which also ties into things I'm gonna say anyway. But the thought that introduced itself violently in my head was that it's getting so fucking hot in here. It's like 30 fucking degrees, I'm fucking cooking, okay? And it's fucking... Jesus Christ. Okay, let me just... I'll turn on the fan, just bear me. Oh, and by the way, there ain't gonna be no fucking camera today. I'm not in the mood. Like, this is a no bullshit, like, literal fucking diary entry, okay? So, lately I've been struggling with the usual, not with the usual, with like a recurring, like, let's say, thought, right? The whole thing about forgiveness and stuff like that. And I was thinking last night, I was like, what's the point? Like, look, I'll come clean. And it might be contextless, okay? But this doesn't have to have any context for anyone. I just wanted to just be heard. Or not even heard, you know? No one could be here and I'd still, like, do this. It's something I used to do anyway. Except only the walls would be listening, so... Or if you ask me, deep inside my heart, perhaps other people too. Perhaps I'm talking to people who don't exist. You know. Like sometimes you feel like, you know, you get a picture of a friend or a loved one or... You know. And it kind of feels like you're talking to them, right? That's what I meant. I'm not going crazy, don't worry. Hello, Drew. How are you doing? Everything cool? My favorite Delulu streamer? Your stream and loading. Oh man. I don't know. Yeah, lately Twitch has been acting up like my Dragon Age Inquisition stream got cut into pieces completely, so maybe there is that, you know. Never mind, naughty tits. Okay, naughty tits. Yeah, I can be your naughty tits. Alright, so listen, what I was saying is feels like lately I've been, this is what it feels like, okay, I'm not saying this is how it is, but feels lately I've been making people like question certain things through my choices. All I'm gonna say is, there you go, I allowed tits, don't worry about it. Listen, I guess I have to, like, God, it's difficult, you know? Look, if I tear myself open, there isn't any particular, you know, tank or container or meter or gauge where it says, for example, forgiveness or chances, and there isn't like an intricate system where it says, if this happens then don't forgive, or if this happens then you're exhausted. Like I've been exhausted and drained many times in my life. Sometimes probably for the wrong people. And I still do it, and you know, so shit, it's oh god, okay, so this might get emotional for me, so I'll be pausing, okay? I'll be pausing a lot, so, you know, you're not obligated to fucking follow what I'm saying, but I'm obligated to say it. Or I want to anyway. I guess it all starts with a conversation with my teacher. My martial arts teacher, that is, you know, Tassos, I've brought him up before. It was about love, you know. Now, don't get me wrong, that guy was religious, okay? I'm not. Not in that sense, anyway. Anyway, he said something along the lines, because I have to paraphrase here, but the point of it was like, love doesn't simply run out, you know, it just, loving is the one thing you can do, and it will never run out, right? You can give as much as you want from it, and I think he said, and the universe is gonna fill you up, and you can keep giving that way. And that was beautiful, and it kind of stuck with me. And I found it to be true, and many times throughout my low moments, let's say, I've been wondering myself, like, is it gonna run out or something? And what happens then? But it never fucking did. I guess I'm just fucking too dumb or something, I don't know. Maybe I'm stupid, and things are simple for me. I couldn't believe that at this point, but the thing is, if I wasn't this way, right, a lot of things wouldn't have happened the way they did. And so I don't, like, you know, I don't regret the pain. Or as the song goes, I don't fucking mind the pain, honestly. Not if it leads to something better, or if it leads to... I mean, you've seen me before talk about, like, my past, and I don't know if you noticed, but, like, I don't really remember anything not fondly, with some exceptions. I mean, there's always gonna be exceptions, because, for example, you know, there were people who were literally malicious, And yeah, those were like mistakes, of course, to invest so much and to give so much. And I learned slow. I mean, I get it. I learned slow for sure. And that's okay. I've come to realize that's okay. And also I can't expect others to feel the same either. But for me it's kinda easy. Or not easy, because like, or maybe it is easy, but like what happens is like I react, right? So, because you know, I go through emotions that are super magnified. I've told you before, like the analogy of a stormy sea and certain people being my little islands. As long as they're there, I know that like things are okay. Well, obviously, I also want to add more of those every now and then, right? Or to put it better, I don't want to add more of those for the sake of adding more. It's like, if I meet someone and I feel that way, then I do. Okay, that makes sense? That makes more sense, because previously it sounded like I'm collecting or something. And don't get me wrong, for a while I was, but that stopped, you know, I figured it, no worries. Early on, to be honest. Or relatively early on, if I'm being absolutely brutally, like, accurate with my words here. And so, you know, that's how I work, that's just how I function. And it takes me on interesting adventures, and it lets me meet interesting people, and I don't forget those one way or the other. And when I'm in the process of seeing if, you know, a little island fits in there, I go over and beyond, yeah? And that's the thing, like, it doesn't have to do with self-respect. Hello, Zell. It doesn't have to do with self-respect, it has to do with, like, my form of self-respect, which is to follow my heart, you know? Because there's people who will tell you that, like, you can't just follow these emotions all the time and just do that, but like, for real, you can. That's just your choice, right? This is my choice. And I kind of vibe to it, you know? Because at the end of the day, it allows people to experience and to learn. And even though I react sometimes like very stubbornly or badly or strongly or whatever the fuck you want to call all that, exactly because I feel these things like to the max, like turn up to 11, it doesn't change like the core of things. And you know, that's like my ninja way, okay? That's my fucking ninja way, I guess. Unironically, I guess. Since I've trained fucking in ninjutsu or ninjutsu or whatever the fuck you want to call that shit. In Greece we used to call it ninjutsu, but it might be ninjutsu, but I'll never be able to say that. And I never care to look it up, and I can't fucking remember which is which, because it never mattered that much. Not even when I was learning it, apparently. So yeah, that's the thing there. And at the end of the day, you know, I like to be surrounded by people who are okay with me being this way. And people who, you know, like Katya, for example, and others, of course, who, when they see me hurting, and when they see me lashing out and like suffering and whatnot, they're not there to be angry at me, you know? It's that simple. They're there to, you know, they're there for me, right? Sometimes we get some tough choices, I guess. No one has to support us, and we are definitely, you know, or should be definitely able to choose anyway, and I am. But what I don't want is like being, you know, being dumped, having stuff dumped on me, like in those moments. Like, oh, you know, this is not self-respect, this is not this is not that. Yeah, my self-respect is like, again, like following my heart. If I don't do that, I wither. So I guess it's important and valuable to critique someone based on their own views. I guess not yours, because then, you know, where's the connection then, right? You can definitely remind someone and confront their views with previous views of theirs, for example, but like when you bring yourself into it, it starts becoming like a little bit besides the point, let's say. Right? Because there is a time to discuss opinions, but there is a time also when you have to be there for the other person, I guess. So anyway, I'm glad that I talked about that, because that's out of the way now. But wait, there is more. But first I need to, like, give me a second. Close your ears, because this might be loud, okay? There we go. I need a soft drink. But yeah, now that we are like at limit break, or I am, I can say this very freely. I am the way I am, and you know, people can be with me, people can be there for me, people can, you know, be those little islands, or people can be part of the storm. I respectfully don't care. Okay? I'm gonna do me over here. And I guess those who value me will be there. And that's all I have to say about that. I can't cater to people's perceptions of dignity, integrity, truth, honesty. I can't anymore. I am who I am and what I am, and I have my views. And I can't please people, and neither should I try. And that's okay. So I'll just be over here, doing my thing, you know, streaming, having fun, and I guess whoever vibes to that can be there, and that's all I have to say. Yeah. That's it, I guess, about this subject anyway. I guess I'll be here just Poof. Sorry. I'll just be here loving you all, you know? And I don't mind all the other shit. That's my, that's what I can do, right? I used to dream about, you know, daydream about being mean and how cool it would be to put people in their place, and how cool it would be to react in certain ways in certain situations, and to have the power to burn bridges, and to be, I don't know what people call, actually, I don't know what they call it anyway, it's just I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm saying. Oh, well, I mean, I know what I'm saying, but I don't know how to say it. Yeah, I used to dream of that. Like, how cool would it be when someone wrongs me to be like, I'm going to smite you. This is what you did, and this is... And I've done it. And I've done it before. I've tried it on for size, right? I tried it on for size, and it didn't work for me. And even if... I guess it's what people call being stupid. So yeah, I can't fucking help it if you know, if that's the truth. I'm stupid that way. I don't see it this way, but you know, others might. I guess one of the few things that were good about my early life was my grandparents. And literally, this is a meme, quite fucking literally is meme material, but they told me I can do anything and be anyone, right? So I guess that's how I am. I like this way. I like it. I like it. Because I can turn back and you know, when I face myself in the past, I can be, I tried everything and I gave every chance and I did every single thing that goes through my hands. And there was nothing else that could have been done better. And it's bittersweet, because sometimes it still won't work. And that hurts. That hurts, because silly me just expects it to work. Just because I give it my all, I expect things to work. And in my stupid head, I feel like, you know, people, when you try everything, people will sit and be like, oh yeah, that's touching, let's just sit back for a moment and appreciate. But it doesn't have to be that way, and it really just isn't sometimes. And that's okay too. It takes two to tango, someone said to me once, and they are very right. They're very fucking right. But hey, as far as I'm concerned, I will tango as hard and as long as I can. Yeah, it's one of my favorites too. So, you know, whoever wants to dance with me, I'm an open book and you know where I am. And you know how I do. and how I be. And you know, I don't have to convince anyone. And another smart person did tell me that sometimes you have to let go, right? And I never did. And I don't think I will. But I'll do it my way, which is, as I said, to be here. So in essence, I'm just not leaving people, you know? I don't want to leave a single person behind. And as someone who, you know, subscribes to that, it does hurt me when people don't get along as well, but I can't help, you know, I can't help that either. I would very much like to take that shit away. But we're not all the same. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. But to make a perfect world, you have to start from yourself. I'm just choosing to start. Always have. So I wish more people would start as well. But it's on them not to, or to do so. I don't, I won't like judge, honestly. But boy does it hurt when I'm being judged, you know? That hurts. But again, you know, I stand by what I said, even if I hurt, there's no like... I've found that like you can hurt endlessly. And I have hurt a lot. And you make it through. I do. I don't know. I do. I fucking make it through. That's my like my power, I guess. There comes a point where, you know, I just say, yeah, I can't fucking deal with this anymore. So I'll just be here as open as ever. And put the ball at the court of other people. Not because I don't, you know, care or I don't love them. But exactly because of what Drew said there, like, you know, let them as well make a decision, right? And to me at least, and this is, I never understood that. To me, the utmost value a person can have is following their heart. Whether it be, like when you say that you love a person, then I guess then you, you know, you better fucking mean it. When you say that my heart is in this or my heart is in that. If you say that, then 24/7 fight for it. Through it all, you know. You'll be safe. That's what I believe. There is nothing wrong with loving, even if you do end up getting fucked. Yeah, true. Not everything is worth fighting for. Yeah, you choose what is worth fighting for. For me, People are worth fighting for. All people are worth fighting for. Again, there are exceptions to the rule. Every rule has an exception. But the point is, like, that's how I feel, is the point. Yeah, as I said, there are exceptions. I kind of trust myself to see those exceptions, and I have in the past. I have in the past. But I have a very high tolerance and a lot of patience, and when I want something, you know, I'll fight for it, I guess. It's just that, like, you reach a point sometimes where you're like, okay, I've shown all there is to show, and I've done all there is to be doing, and I've said all there is to be said. And now, you know, you can sit back. And that's what you said right now, right? Like, at least you know you tried. Yeah. I will remove the at least part because it's very, like, terminal, and I will say you tried. You're trying. And now the other side also has to try. Without implying that they haven't or whatever. What it means is simply they have to find it in themselves, and if they're honest about it, then they gotta follow it, and that's it. Because there comes a point, like, where you catch yourself, and I've had this lately, where you catch yourself falling victim to, like, some fucking alchemical bullshit, where you get, like, you get through convoluted feelings and convoluted thoughts, actually. And you're like, oh, you know, you get confused, and you get, like, you trip on your own self, literally. You trip on your own self, right? You stumble, and you end up, like, not knowing and just desperately clutching and fighting fucking shadows all the time. And that's when you have to go, like, what the fuck am I doing here, right? Let me wind back up a little bit to the point where what is really happening is that you have a purpose and you gotta work towards it, right? And you have to catch that and say, okay, the way I'm going now, that's a dead end. Backtrack out of there and choose another route. It's very difficult to do. It's extremely difficult to do. Well, usually what happens is, like, people snowball, right? People snowball in conversations a lot. That is something I want to change about myself a little bit too. It's so damn hard, I know. It's so damn hard, but, you know, others are there to catch you, and I'm assuming at least people who have motives to snap you out of it should be able to do it, and you should be able to do it for them too. A light in the darkness is an expression that comes to mind, with this darkness that can occur during conversations and interactions with other people. And you just both, or at least one of you, has to be able to see it and go, like, hey, this is heading in a way that doesn't make any sense for you and I, you know? How about we bring it back, right? Turn it down a notch and try again. And yeah, some people are gonna some people are gonna be resistant to this, and some people just... Some people, you just tell them that you love them, and they think something is wrong. Like, imagine being angry, and suspicious, and confused, and whatnot, and seeking, like, validation, and seeking all of these things, and then... Yeah, hurt people. Yeah, that's true. So, you know, again, like, I'll be the stupid one and say, fine. I'll take the pain. I'll take the hurt. As long as I see you on the other side, right? And I'll wait there. And I won't leave. That's my stupid way, I guess, you know? But in the meantime, I'll get angry. In the meantime, I might get angry. I might react. Look, I'm Greek, okay? Like, what we do here, and that's like statistic, right? Like, that's such a Greek way. We're gonna say, hey, you fucking malakas, I fucking hate you, fuck everything. You'll break some plates, you're gonna punch some walls, you're gonna yell at the person, you're gonna be like, oh, you're the worst, you know, I fucking hate you. And then the next day, you'll be like, hey, dude, that sucked, right? Let's go for a beer. That's the vibe, that's the temperament, right? That's how I am. I guess that's the Greekest thing about me, which is ironic, like... If something connects me to Greek people, I guess, other than like blood, I suppose, is this value. That's how I function. I will lash out, I'll be emotional, and then, yeah, I'll be back. Yeah, but that's the thing. Yeah, you're saying that, but somewhere, someone has to stop this. And I've been told you can't fix people, and you shouldn't, like, it's not your job. But to this I say, like, it's not a job. It's just... Yeah, but to fix yourself though, you need the space to do so, right? And someone can give you that space in their heart. And so I do that. Because it sucks to go it alone. Let me tell you, it fucking sucks to go it alone. It's one of those situations where the more the merrier, like, for real. It can be done. You can do it on your own. I've done it on my own. I've fixed things about me on my own. But boy, am I fucking glad that there are people there who, you know, can give me that space to do so without leaving me. That to me, that restores my fucking my faith in humanity. That shit, that you know, hits like so fucking deep, and it is something that I value immensely. And so, because I value it, that is also like the epitome of what I can give. In reality, I don't feel like there is anything that needs fixing on my side. As fucking huge of a statement that is, but like I'm talking about more at my core, right? Because sure, there are improvements that I can make in various like departments, but at my core, you know, I feel like I'm solid. And I must be, like, I've been through some shit with people. I mean, I'm talking right now, I'm talking like interactions with other human beings, right? That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, oh, I've been through war or something. So don't mistake this as a, oh, you know, I'm an amazing like veteran of like 1,000 wars and I've seen shit. It's not like that. It's like I've had what? Over 30 relations? Who knows how many? I mean, that's even only counting in real life. So who knows? Like I've been with people, and in that department, I feel at my core I'm pretty fucking solid. And yeah. I can't say you can only fix yourself. I can say partially you can do it on your own, of course, but it's partially correct, because sometimes listen, I'm stupid. I preface it by saying I'm stupid, okay? So sometimes if you get some love, that gives you like a huge stat boost to do so. And this vicious cycle of hurting people can only break with this, I think. And it's not like I want to fix everyone anyway, I mean, but it's just the people that I want to connect with, who I will think, for example, or I will feel that they're worth it, that I will do it for. And anyway, in that process, right, that's the important part. Like in that process, or during that process, what you need is friends. What you need is exactly people who will share with you these feelings, and they're going to shield you. And they're going to give you their stat boost. And I find, by the way, that even if the end result has to be letting go, I've found that paradoxically, you have to let the other person get there. If they want to, right? They might never. But if they want to, you know, pushing them doesn't accomplish much, I think, in the end. Which is not to say that you shouldn't share an opinion. You should always share your opinion, but outside of the context of, you know, offering your love to someone so that they can have some healing space. What are you saying over there? I kind of work in that way. If I'm on my own, I feel like I don't see any reason or point to try. Kind of thing when I feel really down. Some affection can go a really long way. Yeah, it just I guess it's amazing what it can do. Well, also provided that the other person wants to receive it, right? Because sometimes some people are too far gone and they just don't see it. They just don't get it, you know? As I said, you tell them about love and they think, oh my god, what is that? I don't know, people get too swamped up in details in the end, I feel. That's I guess is a point as well. Some people will say, you've been through this and that, and this person did this to you and that person did that to you, and there's like people who are gonna say, okay, you're stupid. There are people who are gonna say, oh, you shouldn't take that. And then there is me, who is like, nah, I'm just sharing because I have to unload, and because I have to get that stat boost and get back into it. Because I feel it's worth it, and then, you know, I expect others to respect that, and if not, it's not me not having self-respect, it's them actually not respecting me. And then ironically, you have to think, if people don't respect you, then, you know, perhaps that's their fucking problem, isn't it? Anyway, heavy topics these, really. But I guess my point is like my resolve, let's say, is to be that way. And whatever happens, right? Anywhere the wind fucking blows. There is like a lot of value in being able to find that sweet spot, you know, the calm in the storm, and just be there. Maybe you can pull some more people towards that. Maybe not. Maybe they'll find you, maybe not. But you'll be okay. And that's exactly my fucking limit break. I create this space for myself, and I say, okay, I'm kind of good, I'm okay. I'll stay here, and you know my fucking address, and nothing will have changed. And you can rage, and you can huff and puff, and you can do what you want, and I'll still be there. That's my one good thing about me, I guess, I've come to determine. Because, you know, if I go by what I've seen, a lot of people will mention how I am a connecting link, how I am a people's person, how I am this, how I am that. And when they see the bad side of it, and the bad side of it is me being the shit, they're like, oh, you're stupid. Alright? So I'll be stupid, because there's two sides to everything. And if I was a connecting link, and if I was like a people's person, and this and that, only when the going is good, then you could call me out. Then you could call me out. But even if you disagree with how I am, if someone disagrees with how I am, just so it doesn't sound like I'm addressing someone in particular, to me, you should be able to actually see that my resolve is like fucking pure steel at this point about these things. So, and besides, what good are you connecting people and being at the center and being social and being this and being that and whatever you want to fucking call it? I don't fucking know. These are words that have been thrown at me. These aren't words that I would use for me, so I'm just like making a point, right? If you're gonna say these things and expect me not to try to do these exact things, you're delusional. Or you're lying to yourself and to me. And again, like, seriously, a lot of things that have happened could have easily gone, like, in another direction. In a direction that, like, wouldn't leave any doors open, wouldn't leave any bridges standing. Sure, it would have hurt less, but again, that takes me back to what I said initially, like, there is no health point bar, there is no mana bar for me. That's it, they're non-existent. I just, as long as I can, to put it this way, as long as I'm allowed to actually express my feelings even when I'm down, as long as I'm allowed to lash out sometimes and be understood still, and to hurt and be still understood, I'm good. I'll keep going. And I love these stat boosts, honestly. I appreciate the people who give them freely. A lot. Shout outs to Neris, for example, and to Katya, for example, to name a couple, who seem to understand me, like, more than I understand myself at times. And seem to be people that I can trust to second guess me. Because in essence, I feel that they want what's best for me, and they know what's best for me. Somehow, I don't fucking know, and especially with Katya, it's so weird because and it's so weird and also so fucking touching to see this, like, because back in the day, she would be this this ferocious little girl, okay? This hot thing, okay, who was a fucking banshee and a fucking spitfire, and concepts such as self-respect and, like, dignity and integrity and all that just didn't exist, and she would be doing all sorts of stuff, and I would be there saying, hey, you should respect yourself, you should, you know, this and that, and by that I was meaning, in her context, right, I was meaning, don't give yourself so freely to people, in the sense of, like, in the more carnal sense, right? Because all you're doing is basically out of a sense of feeling, you know, validated and wanted and all that teenage stuff, right? And then, you know, it's years later now, decade, right, more, and you know, she comes to the same realizations, and it feels nice, not because I told you so, it's not that case, it's like, you know, it's like the other person sitting next to you and going like, hey, I see what you mean now, and you're like, yeah, that's cool. And I'm still here, and she was still there, and we both are, and it's like, cool, you know, never was malicious and never was, you know, we lashed out against each other a lot of times as well, and, you know, at times we also didn't see each other for years. So that sort of thing is what I'm talking about, like that kind of connection is good. And now that I need to see some things as well, she's there telling me things I told her back then, and she's there taking care of me, for example, right? Only having what's best for what I think is best for myself. Did that make sense? Even it's like she turns off herself and gets completely in my shoes and goes like, okay, this is what you want, this is your motive, let me just support you in doing exactly this. And Yeah, it's so interesting and so touching. And so difficult to do. Where is my music? Give me a fucking second. I need music for this. Let's see. That list is done. Let me find another list. One which we haven't heard yet. Let's see. Let me see. What is this? No good. Let me find another one. And it has to be copyright free, otherwise I'm getting fucked. That's the thing. Come on. Is this... Alright, let me try this one. There. This is all white butt audio, by the way, so Carl Casey. It's been a long while since I gave the guy a shout out, so there you go. That's what I've been listening to for the most part in my streams. For the... Yeah, for the most part, I guess this is to say. Just in case, you know, someone was interested in looking that shit up. Anyway, I've got it all out of me. There is some stuff that I would like to talk about still, you know, but you know how I am. You know how I get. It all comes out when it wants to come out. So this has been a cool hour of a therapy session, let's say, of letting of airing some feelings, you know. And I know it might have darkened the mood for some people, or maybe, you know, maybe some of you are going like, I disagree with this, and hey, we don't have to all agree about stuff, but we can still be there for each other, I guess. And we can still support each other on our paths, right? And we can even share that path. That's what's beautiful about it, I think. And besides, if we were a fucking hive mind, that would be concerning, to be honest. Plus, statistically, in any group, someone has to be stupid. Alright? So, yeah. I guess I'm the fool. And you know, that's all right. Well, though I have to tell you, again, in the sense of like just sharing stories from the trenches, I guess you could say. I guess I could tell you that, like, I've got trench stories for days. And mind you, when I share these things, these stories, again, it's like I'm just doing, you know, just that. I'm just sharing these stories. It's up to anyone to judge them and decide, and maybe learn something, I guess. That's what's important, right? That's the thing. Like, you share these things to to alleviate holding them in, I suppose, to alleviate having been through. And that's all it is. It confused you? How so? Yeah, right? I know. I know. I know. It's like it's a hand, you know? Or hands holding a rose. But it isn't, I think. I think what does it is like this part here. And this, you know, this outer... So this could have been just that, right? Just this thing here. And it would look more like just a flower. But again, it's still just a flower, I'm pretty sure. It's still just a rose. A thorny rose of flesh and blood, isn't it? If you can see flesh there. Is it not? Wahey? Yeah. Yeah, as I told you, that's my limit break. That's what I become. When the seasons get rough, you find some time to bloom, I guess. You find some safe spot, you find some solace, right? You stand and you let the mechanics resolve. That's what Final Fantasy teaches you, isn't it? And one more thing, even if you decide to go through things alone and fix yourself alone, just know, as I have, that there are people who believe in you and who see in you immense value, and to them you're worth it. And I think knowing that is also a stat boost. So even when you lose faith in yourself, just consider for a moment, like, what others see in you. And consider how you were, and how you still are, but mostly how you were before the rough patch, right? Big smile on your face, ready to fucking take on the world. Just a sweeping fucking force with no time for bullshit. Just to remember that. But also remember that you're allowed to be down. You're allowed to be beat sometimes. You gotta keep the balance. Love is a very stupid thing. Love is a very stupid thing. But I wouldn't trade it for nothing, for real. I would not... Song lyrics, oh, yeah, of course. I mean, there are a billion songs about love. And in a way you're correct, because as we speak, My heart is singing. And yeah, those would be the lyrics, I guess. That could be the summary of this stream. I'm also a very stupid thing, but I wouldn't trade it and I don't regret it. And I hope there are people who, or rather I know there are people who, you know, wouldn't trade how I am and wouldn't want me to change for anything. And I have to have faith in that. We all do. So yeah. And by the way, when I'm posing like this again, I'm not padding my runtime. It's just that it's difficult to talk about these things and it's difficult to open up. And I am afraid. I often am afraid, by the way. I'm often afraid when I talk like this. But I still do it. I still do it. There are many things I've found that make me scared, and I will still do them. Which includes love, by the way. It includes love, for sure. I can understand that it's a very scary thing. And I can understand also those who opt not to resist that fear. I understand that. And there is no shame in it. Or you know, you could say, there is no more or less shame in it, if there is any. Because to me there is none. Than doing the opposite. So I guess it's just choices in the end. Like, you know, I always thought choices are like you showing who you are. That's what choices are, you know. I'm afraid of them. I'm very afraid of choices, but I do them. I make decisions. And I've made quite a few wrong ones, of course, but that's how you shape up. I'm not gonna say you learn through mistakes, but I'll say that's how you shape up. With fear? I wish I was done with that too, with fear. Oh, with love? You'll be done with that when it's done with you. And if it's done with you, then at one point, you gotta, you know, find that strange kind of love that is just right for you. I've had the opposite experience where I'm never gonna be done with that emotion, no matter how much it hurts me. I'm never gonna be done with that shit. I don't wanna. So it's interesting to see different perspectives. For sure. I have someone's love to give, but people have taken advantage, so I would rather not. Yeah, people will take advantage sometimes. So what? It doesn't end, as I said. it never ends. You can't run out of it. So what you can do is give it, and what happens, happens. And sometimes it won't be the result that you want. To sell you love? Oh my god, Zell. Oh my god, Zell. Do you have to be industrious about this? Do we have to have like an economy of love? What are you gonna be charging? And what happens when demand goes up, or when you get like custom like requests? Longer hugs? Sounds good. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. Let me do something. Where the fuck? Just a second. No, not that. Not this, not that. Where? Oh, where? Where are my goals? Where are my stream goals? Minus rewards? No, that's not it. Yeah, you have, and I'm worried that I want to see, there's no way that you actually hit a goal right now. But still I'm worried and I want to check. I see. Yeah, that's because Neris is not here, and Sam is not here, and Kat is not here to contribute and get it going. Perhaps I will win this round after all. I'm safe, I know. For now. For now. I think my expiration date is about 1 or 2 streams away, where I will not be safe anymore. It feels like. But I have a secret. A secret which you can't know. I have a tactic. You're playing your own game, but I'm also playing my game. And I'm playing for keeps, baby. I'll beat you in the end. You'll see how. And it's not gonna be cheating. No, it's not gonna be cheating. And you're gonna learn I'll talk about the steak lizard. I love talking about the steak seas. But in the end, you have to understand that when I win, we all win. That's the quality of a true leader. Yeah, Drew, I had a run-in. I had a run-in with the infamous rare species of the Limsan steak lizard. it was a stormy encounter. Yeah, it's a story. So, during the ages when Atlantis was sunk into the ocean, there was a time unheard of where Daphne roamed Limsa freely. And in those times, alright, so basically, do you want that story? Do you want the story of the steak lizard? So there was this Aura who was seated in front of the Aetheryte in Limsa Plaza. And, you know, me being social, of course. Oh, I didn't taste any of that lizard. I didn't taste any of that lizard. It was a person sitting there, as I said, who was kneeling in the dirt. And I was like, hey, what are you doing there? And I think they had some sort of like Uwu speak thing, except customized probably. Or perhaps, you know, it was not that widely available, because it was, if the person was typing the way they were typing manually, that's like a lot of effort. So I think it must have been automated. They would be talking like in the way of like I can't make the sounds. The only one who could make those sounds is Zell, as has been proven before. Only Zell could narrate this, could play the role of the steak lizard in theatrical representation of the incident. What I can do is tell you that she was using like a speak that was like, if you would type, for example, steak, it would be steaksies. If you typed you, as in fuck you, for example, it would be like, the U would be like you, with like CHY-OU, you know, like cute talk, right? But strange cute talk. More unique, let's say. And what happened was, she was trying to convince me, yeah, more Kerst, exactly, more Kerst. And she tried to convince me that she was interested and available, and tried to convince me that she's scary, for example. She would use like a werewolf glam just to be scary, I suppose. And she would do like all this kind of like strange RP. And I was like, you know, I was in it for the laughs at this point, okay? Like at that point I was like, okay, this person can produce some good laughs, let's see what happens. She ends up tricking me into buying her steaks, like some sort of expensive steaks from the market board. To me, it wasn't anything at the time. I was like, sure, whatever, I'll just feed you, I guess. Like you're in the fucking dirt. You're down bad. You look pretty much fucked in the head. I'll get you some steaks if that's like the play here. I go get the steaks, and then she roleplayed that she was eating them, going like nyom 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 and whatever, and just like, you know, consuming them and eating and stuff. And in between like eating and making eating sounds, or typing eating sounds, she would let slip, and I assume, of course, intentionally, like haha, for example, stupid Hume, got you and stuff like that. And I was like, hey, wait a fucking moment, what the fuck do you mean you got me? And she was like, no, me is innocent and stuff. And I was like, hey, spit that fucking steak right now, give it back. And she was like, no, my steak. You gave, now mine. And I was like, okay, wait a moment. What were you talking about before? Like, you won the steaks. So what were you talking about before? And she revealed to me her master plan. You know, between like cursing at me for being stupid and gullible, I guess. And the master plan was that basically she sits there and takes advantage of people, and with her cute behavior, she takes steaks from them, and those steaks are expensive. And some people also buy her like jewelry and accessories and whatnot. And I was like, you're kidding, right? And she was like, no, I'm not kidding. You'll see how foolish people are. And she shows me in a trade window an insane amount of like steaks. And then also an insane amount of like very expensive stuff that the market board price for was like super fucking high in those quantities. Essentially, she was so fucking rich, it was ridiculous, just by like role-playing the hungry little lizard, the hungry little steak lizard in Limsa. It was insane, and I was like, holy shit. And then she started like being aggressive towards me, at which point I slapped her. And I told her to sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up. And she was like, oh, you know, you're mistreating Lizzie. And I was like, of course, like, you fucking deserve that shit. Like, you know, what the fuck are you doing? Like, extorting people, fucking stealing, fucking scamming people out of their money. And she was like, oh, you'll see, you will incur the wrath of my mistress. And I was like, fuck your mistress, and fuck you too in the end. You know, you thief. You thieving fucking lizard. And she was like, oh, you hurt my feelings, and like she was crying, and I was like, whatever, like, let me just pet you, it's gonna be okay. And when I petted, she was like, you know. She was like, I'm like, I fooled you, like, ha, you showed me affection, and all that shit, and I was like, oh, motherfucker. I got you now, like, fuck you. Honestly, I'm done with you. Like, I'm gonna leave you where I found you in the shit, in the mud. Like, just scrape your knees in the mud, you fucking maggot. And she was like, oh, you insult Lizzie, but Lizzie, like, took your steaks, yeah. And now I'm also gonna tell my mistress about you, and you're gonna be in so much trouble, you're not gonna believe it. And I was like, I don't fucking care. Bring your mistress, bring everyone. I'll deal with all of you. And so she did. And after a bit of time, when I was like, you know, chatting with Zell and like whatever, there comes a bunny, because of course it was a female bunny. Because of course it's gonna be a female bunny who's a mistress. Like, what else? Like, for real. Fucking cliche of the century. And she's from another server, apparently, and she traveled all the way there to Omega to just fucking to try and, like, you know, deal with me. And the lizard was like the lizard was like, there she is, mistress. She's the one who mistreated me, who made me hurt, and started crying and shit. And so the mistress was like, what the fuck is going on? And I was like, excuse me for a moment, guys. And I walk up to them and I'm like, hey, your pet, okay, needs some discipline. Because that piece of shit spends her time here in Limsa scamming people. And pretending, and actually telling me, which, you know, the lizard did tell me, that all you're good for is forcing her to blow your fucking cock, okay? So you might want to look into that, because, like, it doesn't look like your pet is appreciating you. If she's running around, like, bad-mouthing you and then cheating people out of their fucking valuables, okay? And the mistress was like, what? And I was like, yeah, you fucking heard me. Like, you're doing a fucking horrible job at being a mistress, by the way. So why don't you go back to where you came from and, like, discipline your piece of shit fucking pet? Or I'll do it for you. And she's not gonna like it. She doesn't seem to like it, so yeah. And the mistress was like, is this true? Like to the lizard. Like, is this true? And the lizard was like, acting up, you know, getting angry and shit, and trying to say, no, I never said this, and I never said that, like that didn't happen. You know, in a cute way, I guess. And the mistress then turns to me and says something along the lines of like, well, thank you for notifying me about this discrepancy or whatnot. I'll make sure to take care of it. And I said, yeah, you should. Because like that thing is way too wild, okay? So you better put her on a leash and like not let her out of the house at this point. Which led to me never seeing that lizard again. But I did see her, I think a couple of months after, again kneeling at the same point. To which I went to her and said, hey, are you still like doing that shit? Like, what the fuck? And she was like, I'm writing a test tomorrow. I'm taking a test tomorrow. I can't talk now. And I was like, oh, that's a change of fucking, you know, of communication there. And she was like, yeah, well, what do you want? And I'm like, oh, I don't want anything. You can go to hell for all I care. And that's the last we talked. Or something along those lines. But it was a good couple of hours of having like a steak lizard pretend scam me out of pixel steaks that are very expensive. And it was an enjoyable back and forth, I guess. And the mistress showing up surprised me as well, but I was like, yeah, let's cause some fucking drama, let's fucking go for this. And I did, and it was fun, whatever. It was cringe, it was fun. It's a good story. Sometimes, I mean, there is cringe, there is dunk, you know, being dunk, and there is cringe. But there is also a good kind of cringe, and there is like good kinds of, like, you know, being dunk as fuck. And I think those were good times of both, I guess. But wait, there is more. But I will wait for Zell. I'ma wait for Zell. He'll have a laugh out of this story that I'll share. And this one is fresh. It's like, this one is fresh cooked. It's from yesterday. And it has to do with me visiting a club with Eliza. Which Eliza is also another interesting story, because like when I first met Eliza, and I think I've mentioned this on stream, I was like, this guy's a moron. A harmless one, but a moron. But then, and a week later, something happened as well where I was like, okay, this person just thinks he knows everything. He's that kind of person, you know. And we had like a bit of an argument as well during like some kind of what you call it, debate over like tactics in a fight. And I was like, fuck this, you know, that person is fucking too conceited. And it wasn't until recently where I connected more with that person, and I say they, but he, basically. That's the preferred noun, pronoun. So he, you know, he still retains a little bit of it, but it's toned down a lot, so probably caught it, or someone let him know, who knows. And I find myself recently enjoying his company very much. It's nice to chill with Eliza. it's cool, you know. And we have some interesting conversations. And I appreciate that, which I told him a week ago. I was like, hey, I appreciate hanging out. And then I think it was like 2 days ago when I said, hey, my opinion about you has changed for the better. To which he said, I haven't changed. And I was like, yeah, but even if you haven't, I feel like I know you better. And so, you know, that's cool. And that's nice, I suppose, you know? That's nice. I like that. Even though we see differently on a few things, or not even, I guess not even differently, but like slightly adjacent instead of like completely the same. And that spurs some other conversations which, you know, can be a little bit intense. Or not intense, but rather like on the verge of being intense. But there is no like, there's no bad intention behind it. And that's cool. And of course, Eliza, he's still fucking conceited, because at times I will say, hey, that's a cool conversation, and then he'll say something along the lines of, yeah, I have that effect on people. People love chilling with me. Yeah, okay, alright. You're allowed. You know, you're allowed. You're allowed, it's okay. Plus there's no harm in it, I guess. Plus it's also partially true because like the amount of time this person spends like just sitting there has earned them like a lot of connection with people out of nowhere. So, you know, cool. And I still think, don't tell him that I said that. Don't tell him that I said that, or do, I don't care. But like, I still think he thinks he knows a lot more than he does. A little bit. And that's okay. That's okay. I feel like this is his way of valuing himself, you know. But if you ask me, I think the real value is I think the real value is being able to how can I say this? It's strange. It's strange to put in words. So he thinks his value is these connections that he makes and how people appreciate them. But I think the real value is like doubting that enough to have to confirm it verbally, because it shows a person who is trying to face some insecurities, and facing your insecurities is pretty cool. You know, hanging on to what you feel is good about you to steady you a little bit when you're facing your insecurities, and then doing so, I think that's what's valuable there. That's what's like the actual good stuff. I think Eliza's a little bit insecure because of perhaps some interactions in the past having gone wrong,
I think. But it doesn't put him down though. I think he's dealing with it. I feel like, you know, or at least has found a way for it to not be in the foreground. I'm just like how do you call this? I'm just like brainstorming here, okay? But that's the sensation I get. I could be 100% wrong, obviously, but that's the sensation I get. A little bit of a Limsa philosopher, Eliza. And that's not a negative comment at all. It isn't a negative comment, honestly. I like hanging out with Eliza lately. I do. I guess that's a victory for him. I guess it's a victory for him, but you know what? It's also one for me, since he also likes hanging out with me. So anyway, where the fuck is Zell anyway? Like, I have a story to share. Come on, dude. It's one of those BRBs where you don't see the other person except in like 4 hours or something. It could be, right? Could be that Zell fell asleep somewhere. Like, literally. But yeah, the story is, as it goes, I was like, hey, you know, I found Eliza in Limsa, and I was like, hey, you know what? Because I do that a lot with Eliza. I spontaneously go club crawling with Eliza, which is funny because we're both kind of like not into it, but at the same time, Eliza's way is like telling me, you know, a rock is a rock or a wall is a wall. I don't care if it's a club and I don't care if it's Limsa, so I'm coming with you. And my way of, you know, excusing it to myself is like, I don't give a fuck. Let's just fucking go there. Whatever. I don't want to sit here anymore. Let's fucking go. So we do that, and and there usually, and I don't even know how that happens. We then usually meet like this person, Malvius, right? Malvius Hell Storm or something, some edgy shit like that. Now Malvius is a very cool guy, I think, and I really like the guy, but don't tell him that I said that, okay? Or do, again, whatever. And I'll start shit talking Malvius, and then Eliza will also jump in, and then we all shit talk each other, and somehow yesterday it ended up being about milk, and Malvius somehow like milking people, and you know, at one point the whole club was talking about milk, and you know, with Eliza, Malvius and myself at the forefront, just like what they're just talking about it, like all of the stuff. It was pretty fun. I love confusing the shit out of Malvius. He seems to be like so confused about some of the things that I say, which is kind of like it's whatever. I love it. I love confusing Mal, and Eliza apparently also does, because he's, you know, he's into that like a lot. Like he gets into that shit. And at one point Eliza left, and I was there with Malvius. And we were doing this whole thing where it's like, are you looking at me? And I was like, no, you're looking at me. And he was like, oh, I see, then I'll stop looking at you. And I'm like, yeah, you should, and so will I. And so we stopped looking at each other, and he's like, all right, perfect. And I'm like, yeah, great. And he was like, yeah, nice. And I'm like, yeah, excellent. You know, we would do this in like in public chat. And then I was like, do you want me to also break line of sight? And he was like, whatever, just turns around and like looks at the wall. And I'm like, okay, fuck this. And I go down and dance. And while I'm dancing, I think there was some kind of weird lewd truth or dare going on. And a person comes to me and says, hey, as I was dancing, I was like, yeah, hello. And she was like, adorable outfit. And I'm like, thank you. Someone has taste, unlike Malvius. And she was like, I want you to do me a favor. I have like a huge favor to ask. And I'm like, how huge? And she's like, really huge. And I'm like, what shape is that favor? To which she didn't reply. To which she didn't reply. I think I caught her off guard there. And she said, you see, it's been 30 seconds since someone spanked me, and my ass needs a good spanking. And I'm like, alright, what's up? And she's like, could you spank me? And you know, of course, knowing it's truth or dare, I was like, don't you even start, Drew. Because you've had a person sit on your face during a truth or dare. So don't you fucking start at me, okay? Yeah, I think Drew even begged for it. Drew was like, excuse me, mistress or something, my lady, may you please sit on my face while I sit on the floor or some shit like that. And then Drew just lied down on the floor face up. And that weird witchy girl was like, yeah, sure, and was like teabagging on Drew. Yeah, I know it was a dare. You didn't have to do it. You loved every second of it. I loved every second of it. That's why I keep bringing it up. You're not a killjoy, so you always do dares. Well, I'll tell you what I think about that, but after the story. So I was like, sure, yeah, and I spanked her, and I was like, did that feel good? I hope my palm on your butt felt good. And she said like, yes, it was excellent, thank you. And then she left and did it to someone else. And I was like, whatever, you know, I don't care. My take on this, my take on truth or dare is that actually it's pretty stupid, honestly. I don't mind it. Though, you know, depending on the context, some things I would suppose, some things can be discussed beforehand. Like, I'll say this, like with every matter, consent, communication, and transparency are necessary, and I would even say inclusion. Consent, communication, transparency, and inclusion are the basis of every healthy interaction. And lewd truth or dare isn't different in that regard. Because at the end of the day, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're not looking to hurt someone, you're not looking to break apart something, you're looking to do something that's gonna put a smile on your face. As in, you know, entertainment in the moment, right? So as you said, you know, and then of course, in my opinion at least, and I know this is not a popular opinion, and it is very separate from reasons to argue with someone, It's separate from that, but I still like, you know, I'd still like to think that there should be hard boundaries, in the sense of like, if something is making you not comfortable, you should speak up, right? And you always can pass. And you can have your fun without like going overboard with things. That's my opinion. Which I know, it's not a hot take, it's not a popular take, it's a hot take, it's not a popular one. But for me, you know, if someone is okay with things, or rather, how can I say this? Let me phrase it correctly, right? Let me phrase it correctly. As I said, you know, communication, transparency, inclusion, all that shit, you know? As long as you're within these parameters, you can do whatever the fuck you want. But you're not out to hurt others, and there are things that you can refuse without killing the joy, if there is reason to refuse them. You know, if for example, a person is not okay, for example, you know. At least, you know, I myself would not go overboard. Personally, in anything that I do, I wouldn't go overboard if it means hurting someone. And I can have my fun with such things, like, without compromising what is there, let's say. Like, consider this for a bit, because I've been like I've been in real life truth or dares where some of the requests were not okay on a moral basis, and I understand that the point of the game sometimes can be to go over these, and that's what's fun or something, but I believe that in real life, let's say I am with someone, right? Because I've been in that situation, okay? And this is a big oof. I've been with someone in real life. There was a truth or dare. I wasn't there. It hadn't been discussed. Limits had not been discussed. And the person went overboard. Hard. And then I was let know, you know? I was let to know by other people. And I'll tell you this much. The person felt disgusted by themselves, and that made it even worse. Like me saying for example, hey, you know, we've not talked about this, what the fuck, for example, and the person saying at first going like, oh, this is my right, whatever, and then saying to me, and we were roommates with the person as well, we lived together for like 3 months at that point, I think, and that night she went out and I stayed in. And yeah, I had zero fucking clue that it would go that far. Which wasn't that far, to be honest, but like it was far enough. It was starting to go into touching, inappropriate touching, and some other stuff. And to see her go from Artemis was her name, by the way, a very nice name, and well, she was like, I watched her being angry at me for supposedly limiting her, Then I watched her being angry at herself for not thinking about me. Then I watched her feel disgusted by it. The whole thing was not good. So sometimes my thinking here is this. If all you've got is a certain communication, because maybe, you know, you're in a game, right? If all you've got is like the game and maybe also, you know, other stuff, other venues of communicating, right? Some things you should treat as real because they are, in a way. And I think I've brought it up before, I believe honestly that relations that we form in games are still relations. Like, for example, I've found, and let me get some music for this shit, because like there's no music now, but I'll find some, just a second. Okay, so what the fuck is this? Okay, let's do this. Let's do this one. So to me, for example, I've formed relations and connections, and I've made partners with people in games. And let me tell you, a lot of that stuff was more real and more substantial than stuff in real life. I'm not even gonna lie. So when it reaches that point with someone, you have to treat certain things as real as well, right? So that's what I mean when I say hard boundaries. Like if you were part of a Truth or Dare and like you had partners, let's say, or a partner, and you know, you need transparency side. You know, again, like I'll bring those interesting words like transparency, communication, consent, right? I don't even remember the other one. There were 4 words, but I forgot the other one. But you know, well, I said it. Inclusion, I guess, if I didn't say it. Yeah, I think it was inclusion and all that. If there is not that, then, you know, and you go overboard, you can cause some pain there. You can cause some pain. But you know, you also have to give the other person the room, the space to process it and be supportive of it. That's my hot take. That's from myself. Okay, so I'll say it this way. From myself and for myself, I would not allow certain things to happen. I would not participate. I personally, okay, have certain hard limits. Having partners myself, okay, I have some hard limits. And it's weird because, for example, I do have a partner who has an occasional partner, for example, and I'm okay with that, obviously. But there is transparency and there is consent, and like, you know, it's done in the sweetest way possible. It was done in the sweetest way possible, like how we arranged it, how we talked about it, for example, and that's okay. But I feel strongly that even though I would like be okay with it potentially, which I am, I would feel strongly that I would personally not be able to actually go through with some of the lewd dares that happen. And that's okay, you can just say that's beyond my limits, you know. Like you can still, like, it's important to know, like with many things, and I've learned this a very hard way, it's important to remember and to know that it's okay to refuse, and that some things can be overboard completely. Even in a vacuum can be overboard. Like for a truth or dare, in real life, for example, would you actually fuck someone for a truth or dare in real life? Even like me, I wouldn't. Honestly, I would not. It doesn't matter if I have a partner or not. I would not. That's just me, though. I don't know what your thoughts are on this. So in the same way, I personally wouldn't DRP someone, because I would treat it as a substantial interaction to classify it as such. And so, you know, but I can also understand the view of oh, it's just a game in a game. You know, it's just a game in a game, and it doesn't have to be anything other than fun, and I'm okay with that. But transparency, consent, communication, and inclusion, if these aren't there, then I have the right to feel the sassy-wassy, okay? And it's up to the other person to delete the sassy-wassy, if they can, you know? That's my stance on it in the end. And by the way, at the end of the day, if you can't have fun with someone without it going completely overboard, and I'll give you an example, a real life example, then you should reconsider your contact with that person, what they have to gain and what you're gaining and what you're giving and losing in return, right? And I'll give you an example of that. I had a friend, past tense on purpose, who coming back from I'll get to what you're saying, but let me finish. Coming back from like Australia and having joined like the some special forces there, and having done some things, and also having been like a debt collector, blah 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 blah. He comes back. In his words, sorry for the burp. In his words, and again his words, okay. Oh, he also did prison, by the way. I can confirm most of that. I can't confirm personally that, as he said, he was in the Foreign Legion. I can't confirm that. I can confirm he was in some or other Special Forces division, and I can confirm he's seen action. Not sure if it was the Foreign Legion though, because that's French as fuck, so I don't know how that works exactly. But like, he's done prison, he's been a debt collector, like I know these things for sure. And so he developed severe dependencies, addictions, all right, to certain things that are very, very nasty. So when he came back to Greece, he carried these with him. Okay, he brought them here with him. I'm not talking literally, I'm talking about these the bad stuff, okay? So that person maintained friends whose, you know, interactions with friends, quote unquote, whose connecting link was actually those self-abusers, all right? And I cut that person off, because when you're when like, you see what I mean here? I cut that person off. I love that person, okay, I love that person, but I cut them off because they were maintaining like interactions with people based only on that thing, and they couldn't see it. To put it, like, to even put it in further perspective, if I go out with someone and we have a beer, it's still going out with someone, it's not about the beer. Okay? We're not sharing a moment in addiction which we can't refuse and we can't regulate. We go out and we enhance our experience with some beer. We can refuse the beer, we regulate the beer, and we don't lose ourselves for that beer. And if that beer was to have an impact, we would discuss it. If beer made us aggressive towards each other, we would then discuss it. That's how I feel about things. As simple as that. So, if you can't have fun in a more mild way, yeah. And this is coming from someone who, again, multiple partners, the partner has partners, you get the idea. I don't mind that shit. I really don't. I've been in situations where another person was like, oh, hey, while we were together, I also found this person and I'm gonna go for it because you're allowing that. And I was like, yeah, sure. And yeah, sure, And yes, that went really badly because that other person wasn't able to handle all this at all. They were completely just clueless and clumsy and lost in this and couldn't handle it. And that doesn't matter. What matters is that I allowed it. I was fine with it. But there was, again, transparency, consent, communication. And even though there wasn't inclusion, it was stated from the start that there won't be any. And I was okay with it because I'm also, not always for inclusion either, nor do I need to be. But it's good to actually, for that to be put on the table. It's good to be like, hey, if you want to hang out too, you should actually, I want you to. That kind of thing, And this is a talk I had with Artemis as well. And I had a similar talk with that person that I told you about. And through all this, and through, of course, another real-life temporary partner I had, who was experienced in this, and the first thing they did with me was to tell me that, look, I do X and Y, alright? That's how I roll. Is it okay with you? Is there something that I should know? Blah blah blah. That it was super transparent. And through these experiences and my own and my own choices. I don't want to say moral compass because that implies that the other person is immoral, which they aren't. Okay. Let me lower the volume a little bit. Okay, there we go. I'll say through my experiences and my compass, let's say, I'll still not do some of that shit, for example. But yeah. Ouch! Fuck. Sorry. I burned myself. So let me see what you're saying. To be fair, if you are in a relationship, before doing something, even if it's not past your limit, how would your partner feel with that? If you don't think it's okay or aren't sure, you shouldn't do it, simple. Yeah, but maybe the other person thinks it's okay, for example. That's why I included the possibility and the option for the other person to actually eliminate the sassy-wassy even afterwards, instead of other options, whatever those may be. Yeah, when it comes to putting yourself in a situation where you might have to make certain choices like that. Again, my hot take is to consider your circumstances. Like, literally, that's all it takes, like, is considering your circumstances. And again, I you know, even if I was absolutely single, I don't think personally I would actually cross certain boundaries, but that's just me. Kissing, cuddling, since we're talking about it in detail, yeah, sure, or whatever, or some shit like that. Yeah, that's pretty easy. Like that's usually like stuff like that happens even in real life. But even kissing and cuddling, that's like for solo stuff. Like if you're single, okay? That's my opinion, at least in real life. That's my opinion. You can have fun with Truth or Dare with it being lewd relatively and spicy without like compromising anyone's integrity, for example. Or if you feel the need to, you can always remember that you can talk to your partner and be like, hey, I has horny, I might do stuff with people. And yeah, sure. But it's the context of the game that is, to me, kind of strange. Like, at this point, you don't need the game, just, you know, hang out, and if it goes that way, it goes that way, and that's normal. Again, as long as there is, like, the communication of that thing before. But there is no... What I'm trying to argue is that, like, there is no circumstance in which you should force yourself in the name of a game to justify an action that goes over certain boundaries, especially when you haven't actually communicated that properly and fully. And that's my final, I guess, iteration of what I'm trying to say. I don't think you're a killjoy if you have a partner and you're asked to do something over the top. I don't think it's a killjoy to say, hey, that one I'll pass on, you know, I'll do the next one, you know. And then if you're surrounding, like if your friends or the people you are with in the moment, I guess they also have to take the message that they shouldn't put you in that situation, but instead choose something that is like equally amusing, equally daring, but doesn't go over your limits, you know. And if you don't have any limits, again, you just have to communicate that, like, you know. Back then I had told Artemis like a lot of that. And I think by hearing it that way, you know, she was, I think that's when she understood. Because at first I was angry, because yeah, of course you're gonna be angry because you're human, right? I was angry and we were having a fight, right, about it, like, and the usual stuff came up. And when I say the usual stuff, it's like something that I've faced before, where the other person thinks that you are actually shutting them down in their freedoms, when you're really not. But when I explained it like this a little bit, and especially, and you know, especially, I'll tell you what, especially when I tell someone, like when I told her, for example, what would you do if I did it? Like, such a simple question, right? What would you do? How would it make you feel if I did it? And if the answer is like bad, you know, which it was, you know, what I said was like, then when you feel like it was going to be bad if I did it, even if there is like consent, then just don't do it, because then genuinely you feel bad doing it. Now, if you feel good doing it, that's okay. but you don't need a fucking game for that. I mean, Truth or Dare wasn't made so that people can fuck. I hope. Okay? It was made to make people feel, hello fish, how are you? I'm fine. We're talking, we're discussing Truth or Dare. Yeah, I agree. I think Kaori says it best there. Like, even if the answer would be no, if you're with someone and aren't sure if your partner would be okay, you shouldn't do it until you talk about it and clear up what's gonna happen or what might happen. And again, I have to add on that. I have to actually add on top of that and say, perhaps, right? If you feel the need to do this, let's say that your partner is okay with it, right? If you feel the need to do this, perhaps there are underlying issues that need to be discussed. And if there aren't, then show it. That's my hot take on it. Then show it, you know? When you're presenting someone with a difficult situation that they have to process, unsurprisingly, you have to let them process. And you have to also help the process with your actions and your words. So it's all about finesse. You know what? That's what I'm gonna say. Scratch everything I said. It's about finesse. It's about finesse and class. That's what I'm gonna say. But also the 4 things I mentioned, like totally the 4 things I mentioned. I think this goes without saying. As long as you have, you know, as long as you have like communication and transparency, and as long as you have consent and you offer inclusion, and as long as you're handling it with finesse and with class, you're fine, in my opinion. And also always make sure to check within yourself if you actually feel okay doing this, and what purpose does it serve. Because sometimes, you know, when you're about to do something, if you stop and say, what am I about to do and why am I doing it? You will discover a lot of hidden truths, and these truths, I believe, will help you, will guide you to how you should behave. In other words, in the Imperium's favorite quote, examine your thoughts. You had a similar thing with your ex yesterday. Holy shit, share! Share! And I'll share too. That's a crazy coincidence, I'll tell you why. That's a crazy coincidence, dude. Tell me why, fish. Tell me why, and I'll share my story as well from exactly yesterday, I think, or the day before. I don't remember anymore. I've lost count of days, and I'll share my experience. Yeah. Show me yours, I'll show you mine, and we can have a discussion. So far what I've shared was about like previous partners from times long gone in history of mankind. Years ago, I guess. We're not together, but we talk a lot, and like cuddle and World of Warcraft. But lately she's been trying to find other people, but I wasn't ready to want to find other people to talk to and hang out. Alright. I'll wait a bit just in case you have to add more. Then, yesterday, I found someone who started flirting with me, and she sat in my lap, and then my ex saw this and became really mad at me. Alright. Even though less than a week after we broke up, she was sitting with another person and I said nothing. Now she wants to remove me because she thinks I disrespected her. The only reason I'm not saying anything is in case you want to add stuff. I'm not ignoring. I didn't really want to be with anyone else than her, but she didn't seem to think I was enough to make her happy. So you did something you didn't really want to do, but you had to kind of move on.
Alright, so let me iterate. I'll read it from the start. We're not together, but we talk a lot and cuddle in World of Warcraft. But lately she's been trying to find other people, but I wasn't ready to find other people to talk to and hang out. Then yesterday I found someone who started flirting with me, and she sat in my lap, and then my ex saw this and became really mad. Even though less than a week after we broke up, she was sitting with another person and I said nothing. Now she wants to remove me because she thinks I disrespected her. I didn't really want to be with anyone else than her, but she didn't seem to think I was enough to make her happy. So I did something I didn't really want to, but I had to move on. I can't really wait for something that might not even happen. Yeah, that's and we weren't together like RP, we were at long distance. Well, believe it or not, I understand both of you. And this is the kind of understanding that, you know, allows me to be okay with stuff. As long as the other person takes the time to, even afterwards, to be nice about it and, you know, let you process it and assure you that even if it happens, it will mean nothing, right? But again, then that cycles back to like being able to accept like the other person's view, I guess. On both sides. There is a lot to be said about double standards. A lot to be said about allowing people to figure things out. A lot to be said about in the end whether you want to be there or not. Whether you're going to I'm not gonna say to wait, but to be there. Here's the thing. If you have decided, that's my opinion, if you have decided that you need to move on, then none of this should matter to you. If it matters to you, then are you really ready to move on? And the same for her. If it matters to her, is she really ready to move on? Because to me it doesn't sound like she is. And since you are actually still like, you know, probably talking with her about it, you probably also are not ready to move on. Sounds to me like instead you would rather resolve this. You just think that people need to find someone else before they leave someone. Yeah, I've seen this a lot. I've never had this issue, personally. Well, Kaori, you know what? I would agree, but you have to understand that some people are going to make mistakes. And sometimes it's gonna be you and sometimes it's gonna be them. Alright? And mistakes aren't like... Mistake is such an overrated word. Or like... so fucking taboo word.
you do something that you didn't think about. You've done it. There is no taking it back. You've done it, right? From that point on, what matters is two things. Is your partner willing to actually resolve it? And are you actually willing to resolve it? That's the only two things that matter. Because that, yeah, like what happened, right? What's important is what happens next and how both people treat this thing. I'll take it a step further. I'll say, for example, what if your partner does not think what they did was wrong in any way, but you do? What then, right? Well then, we go to plan B, which plan B is, does that partner want to actually nurture your feelings? Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna do, okay, so here's the thing. I'm in a situation right now with someone and it's similar. Not the same, but similar. In which situation I am called to accept my partner doing certain things, which if I were to do, they wouldn't like. And my solution to this, all right, is to think after, you know, initially you're gonna be mad. That's right. That's fine. Initially you'll be mad. After that though, and it's important for your partner to acknowledge that you're mad, to acknowledge what happened. But after that, all right, if your partner goes like, well, you know what? I'm telling you right now, this shit is just a game. It's nothing. It might happen again, but it's nothing. Now, you can say, for example, alright, I'm willing to see if it's nothing. And then, and that's the thing. Hey there, Neris, how you doing? And then, and that's the thing, it falls on that partner to make you feel comfortable in that situation. That's my hot take on this. That it's now their job, if they do care, and they do want to keep doing it, but as I said, they do care for you, I think it falls on them, alright, to actually make you feel secure in this. I'm alright. I had an interesting Just Chatting stream. I'm still having one. Now, how can someone make you feel secure when this happens, when things are like that? There are many ways, and all of them are pretty simple. And sometimes all it takes is, you know, a sweet word, spending time with you, showing you that, for example, when it's with you, it's special for them and not a game. And I'm afraid that this is the only way they can show it, right? There are many ways, but these are the only ways at the same time. I don't know if that makes sense, but like, it's not something that can be solved by just brushing it over. It's not something that can be solved by asking you to ignore it completely and just that's it, that's the end of the day. It's something that they have to establish within you and to cultivate in you the security that even though they choose to do something that is not comfortable with you, they would like you to accept it, and they can ask you to accept it not with words, but by showing you that they mean it. let me put you in a situation a little bit, okay? Let's say it happens. Let's say that now your partner is spamming that, and well, you know, you're only getting like some stuff that is considered low bar. And low bar would be, for example, just being sweet to you sometimes. Like, the higher the ask, then the higher what you have to give. Alright? If I am, and here's the thing, I'll give you a real example. I am partners with Neris, okay? At the same time, I had like another partner, June. And Fish, you might remember June, because you were there. So you might remember June. Anyway, and... yeah, a friend of JJ. Friend / partner of JJ. If you remember JJ. Yeah, exactly. You probably don't remember June because after what happened with me and June, she kind of disappeared. So you might not remember her. But the important bit is, I, for example, asked of Neris a high ask. And the ask was to ignore Neris for a while and enjoy June's company. That's a high ask for a polyamorous thing. Now Neris accepted. And so what happened is that after all was said and done, I was there for Neris, and I showed it. So the higher the ask, the higher you have to pay out. That's my opinion. So if your partner wants to maintain other partners and do those things that like maybe you're not okay with, yeah, you can refuse it. Start there. You can refuse it. But if you choose to accept it, it doesn't mean it's a complete surrender. Okay? It doesn't mean you're like laying down and taking a beating like a dog. Okay? It means that basically you're just saying, by accepting, you're both agreeing that yes, this is going to happen, but now it also falls on your partner to show you that basically they're still there for you in the same way that they were, and nothing has changed. Which again brings us back to the 4 things that I mentioned, which is inclusion, potentially, you know, transparency, communication, right? All these things. And then finesse and class, because like, if you're gonna be acting like a Trump, yeah, if you're gonna be acting like a Trump and you're gonna go to your partner and say, hey, I'm gonna have like, I'm gonna do this stupid thing because I like it, and you're like, okay, and you're accepting it, well, obviously, you know, then they have to actually kind of like establish within you, as I said it before, like, they have to establish within you that everything is okay between you, right? The problems begin, like in my head, if you're ready to accept such an ask, the problems begin with the other person not realizing what they're binding themselves to by telling you, I want A, and you giving A. You know, if they don't realize that by that, you know, it has to be a fair trade. It has to be a fair trade, right? And the fair trade includes, for example, simple things like, oh, maybe they go have fun with another partner, but then they also come back to you and they're like, hey, you know, and you know, you have a sweet time or whatnot. Not forced, but like felt. Not forced, but felt, you know? Because you care for the other person, and so you show them affection, which should be effortless, because you're feeling it, right? Because I'm assuming full honesty here, okay? So if you're full honest, then it's no burden for you to do it. You do it because it's part of like being with the person. So I believe the problems start when that isn't the case. That's when I think problems start. And even then, you can still like you can still discuss about it. You can still go and say, for example, hey, I don't know if you noticed, but like, I've been agreeable to what you said, and I don't think that like you're doing it maliciously, but maybe you're neglecting me. And you know, what about that? And the reasonable person would actually at that point realize that maybe they have been, in your eyes, maybe they have been, maybe to them they haven't been neglecting you, but here's the thing, in this situation, you have to go by what the other person would like, because they're going with what you're liking, right? So they also have to go with what you like. And again, it shouldn't be forced. The same goes for you. If you're feeling forced to accept this negotiation, don't accept it, because you owe that to yourself. And that way, your partner also knows that when you say it's okay, you really mean it's okay. And you're not forcing yourself. So, since you shared that story, I will tell you that in my case, what's happening is the last part where I feel the person didn't realize that they're not giving me the validation the situation requires, according to me. Okay? When I, on the other hand, have accepted honestly their ask. So without validation, things become interesting. Because then you start thinking, how can that person not understand? And then you kind of like talk to them, and you deal with your emotions, you deal like with anger, you deal with jealousy, you deal with all that. They can fuck you up. To the point where you might say things in a way that you don't mean them, for example, because they are said through the prism of jealousy, for example. And again, it falls on the other partner to understand that, like, okay, that person now has difficulty dealing with this. What can I do? Well, you can be affectionate. That's what you can do. But not bare minimum affectionate, okay? Not standard affectionate, because you're asking something and the other person is giving it to you. So you gotta now pull some weight there, right? You gotta pull some weight there. If you're refusing to pull some weight, if you're refusing to acknowledge the other person's feelings on this, if you're refusing to accept that maybe what you think is enough, maybe for them isn't, and they need some extra validation, that's still legit, because look what they're doing for you, right? You're telling them you're literally gonna like fuck with someone for fun, and they accept it, right? Being poly in the end isn't about only the first half, accepting that your partner might have other partners. That is the first half. It's also about the other half. Like, what are you gonna do about that to maintain it? Huh? That's what it's about. It's about both things. So it's about, for example, you accepting that your girlfriend will have other partners. It's also, though, about her, because it doesn't come for free, right? It's not free. Hello, Zell. Like, to me at least, declaring that you're poly doesn't mean that you're emotionless. Doesn't mean that you're not prone to jealousy. It doesn't mean any of these things. It means that you're willing to allow your partner their freedoms, as long as your partner also still, you know, maintains the idea that they're your partner. Does that make sense? Because otherwise what happens is this. You meet someone, you become partners, you're poly, now that partner wants another partner and spends like all their time with that partner. That's being exclusive. That's not being poly. Duh. I mean, you know? And that's why a lot of people... Yeah, a lot of people think it means fuck buddy, but it doesn't. Because in the word of polyamorous, there is also the word amorous, love. It declares that you can maintain several exclusive relationships, several exclusive partners. As fucked up as that sounds, it does mean exactly that. You value each one uniquely for what they offer. There is no hierarchy. Each of them is like in your heart, okay? Each of them will get your time, and you will get their time. And honestly, bonus points, huge bonus points, okay? If you can treat it in such a way, if you can handle it with so much finesse, okay? Where if you hadn't told each other that you have multiple partners, they wouldn't know. It kind of goes in the background. It doesn't affect you. There is no overlap. Bonus points if you can do that. That's what's polyamorous for me. It doesn't just mean fuck buddy. So of course I can let the other person have fuck buddies, but they also have to actually work on making sure that my decision is worth it. And I'll make an extra point. And that extra point is that when you go through a rough patch with one of your partners, it is necessary to, at that point, lower the time you spend with others or the time you spend with your fuck buddies, and address, you know, address like that you're going through a rough patch, and make sure that before you go back to your regular schedule of having fuck buddies, your actual, you know, partner is feeling okay. Because if they're not feeling okay, if you on top of that add spending time with other people and all that, then you're creating a gap. Aren't you? You're creating a gap that way. And as you very eloquently put it, if in those times you're maintaining fuck buddies, it's very easy to slip and start basing on those fuck buddies a lot more and ignoring your partner a lot more. And then before you know it, that gap is something that your partner can't deal with. So I think that like you have to keep an open mind there. You have to actually try to let the, you know, if you still want to maintain it, you have to try. And I know it's super hard from first-hand experience. I know it's extremely difficult to do, and people don't understand that until they find themselves in that situation. They will never understand how hard it is. You have to try hard and be like, okay, that partner doesn't understand that they've created a gap now. You know, how to actually communicate that. It's difficult to communicate that because of the gap. And the worst part is the person creating that gap may not even realize or understand that they're doing that. And so you have to be very patient. And that's why a lot of people say, for example, that being polyamorous is like a lot of work. But I have to say it's case by case. It can be a lot of work. It can be also effortless. It really just depends. It's case by case, for real. If I was in a situation like this and I was the person who didn't understand there was a gap there, personally I would really like for the other person to express that, and I would really listen to them. But you know, you have to be patient. Working towards the goal, okay, fine. I see how it is. So I don't know. I think my advice to you would be, if you want it, of course, you can throw it in the dustbin if you don't want it. I'll give it anyway. Have a talk and say that you're okay with it, though you know you took it hard, but you're okay with it. But that you'd like, you know, obviously there is something there between you, right? Since you're both, how can I say this? Since you're both still care for each other, from what I see. You know, you're not over each other, you don't want to be. You're feeling that attraction, and that's why you're hurting when these things happen, like both of you. So I would say maybe do what I did in this situation, where you accept it. You do expect your partner to allow you to be angry as well, and you also have a talk about it, and you're like, you know, an open talk, not an angry talk though, because an angry talk is only gonna trigger your emotions, right? Both of you. So just have a normal talk and be like, okay, the point here is, if you want to do this, I'm okay with it, but you know, don't neglect me on the other side. On the other hand, don't neglect me, and if I feel neglected, I'll let you know, okay? And you can work on it. And if that's a deal that sounds appealing to both of you, give it a shot. That's what I think is best. And also it's what I'm trying to do as well. So don't think that I'm preaching to the choir, or not preaching to the choir, but like being condescending or like sanctimonious, or that I'm out of the dance and therefore, you know, it's easy for me to talk. It's not easy for me to talk. It's not easy at all to share these things. I mean, let me tell you right now. it's not easy sharing these things, but yeah, like my resolution is like, yeah, I'm accepting it. I'm accepting what's going on. I understand it's important for my partner. But my issue is like the afterwards part, where, you know, I feel neglected, and I've tried to communicate it, although clumsily sometimes, and I'm just waiting to see what's going on the other side of things, you know. And remember that you're allowed to make mistakes when it comes to actually, you know, you can have your hissy fits, right? I mean, you're allowed. You know, it's fine. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's not an outside view. I am in this situation myself, like the one I'm describing right now. A partner of mine wants to have the opportunity to, you know, to ERP essentially, all right, with other people. Doesn't matter the context, whatever. The context is like whatever, who cares? I'm okay with it, but the way it is handled doesn't help me be okay with it. And so it falls on the other partner, on the partner of my partner, let's say, okay, to actually make it okay. But my issue with that is that, like, they don't appear to be doing that, and like me trying to communicate it is clumsy. And they also get worked up a lot, so, or she rather. Well, what happens is that I feel ignored. That's what happens. As in, I accept it, but like, I also need that validation, as I said, and I'm not getting enough of it. That's how I feel, if I'm honest. And as I said before, it doesn't matter if the other person thinks it enough. It matters if you think it's enough. And they have to respect it, because you're also respecting their need, which is to have VRP with others, right? You're respecting that. So they need to respect, like, that you have, like, it should be effortless as well. Like, as I said again, it should be effortless, right? But it feels like it's not, and it feels like it's not enough. And I've tried to communicate that, and again, maybe badly, but you know, emotions are emotions. And so, you know. Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. That's what I'm trying to figure out. But yes, you are correct that when that happens and the other partner and your partner is like changing their behavior and all that, yeah, that also is disconcerting. Like, it can put you, but again, maybe they don't understand it, maybe they don't see it. That's why they have to listen to you. That's what conversations are about. And they're gonna have to accept it, right? They're gonna have to accept it, because if not, then why are you accepting their deal, right? You can't be a sucker. I will soon dance, apparently. Holy shit. Except not on this stream though. This stream is like just me just chatting. What happens when you have to continue to validate someone's insecurities based off their personal past trauma? Wait, this is very interesting. Wait a moment. That is very interesting. Let me tackle this like one by one. So what happens when you have to continue to validate someone's insecurities based off their personal past trauma? It doesn't have to do with past trauma.
it has to do with fair trade. To put it in an example, let's say you and I are in a relationship, okay? We're partners, and we're both polyamorous, alright? You're asking me to be free to do stuff with other people. Alright, I'm giving you that. Now, you have to give me something. Of course you have to validate me. It doesn't have to do with insecurities. If you don't, to put it very raw, okay, I'll be very, very raw here. If you start spending time with like your newfound buddy, alright, and you start ignoring me in this hypothetical relationship that we have, that's not you, that's not me being insecure. That's you causing insecurity. It's simple as that. You're causing it. It's like the ball is in your side of the field. You're the one who has to then, come back to me and make sure everything is okay. If you don't do that, if you consciously don't do that, and that's a very important distinction, consciously, like out of choice, you're not doing that anymore, then all you're validating is insecurities. You're actually causing them now. And the only option you're leaving me is to actually tell you. It's a back and forth. If I tell you and you're not willing to see to my needs, then it's time to talk, to have a serious talk about it. You don't have to see it as having to babysit someone's emotions. You don't have to see it as an obligation. It's an agreement that you enter with your partner, okay? You're asking for something, you have to give something. That's the natural flow of things. If you're not ready to give that something, then you're not ready to be with that partner. Or with any partner. The only thing you're ready for is having fuck buddies. That's the only thing you're ready for, nothing else. And here's the catch. It's so easy to actually validate another person's feelings and secure them. It's like, it's so fucking easy. If you love them, it should be fucking effortless. That is the catch, like, because people seem to get stuck on the, oh, but I need to do extra work. It should, if you're considering it extra work, did you ever love them? Really? Yeah, do what you always do. Exactly. It's what Neri said, just be as you always were, and the other person is going to know that it's fine. If they want a little bit, if you want a little bit more, that's okay too, show them a little bit more. What's the problem? Because this little bit more is just like some really nice and sweet things. Just, I don't know, express your feelings, have sex, watch a movie, you know, things that you would do anyway. Like, I don't understand like why people have this misconception that it's going to be like a lot of work or something. I also don't understand why people view it as the other person having insecurities when they are the ones creating them. Let me also say what Fish is saying. So Fish is saying, yeah, if they acknowledge your point of view, that is fine, but if they tell you you are wrong or overreacting, it's a bad communication. Yes, exactly. It's what I said. They have to go by what is enough for you, not for them, but for you. You're the one asking, can I have other partners, please? They're saying yes. You now have to actually be there for them as well.
if you stop, if your behavior changes, you done goofed up. And then if you fall into the trap of not noticing that your behavior changed and not acknowledging the other person telling you, and you go like, oh no, you this and that, like, you know. Then you done goofed up, for real. But what I want to add with this is like, also give your partner the room to goof up. Because maybe they're just like, maybe they're inexperienced. Maybe they haven't dealt with it before. Stuff like that. Maybe they're also dealing with their like previous issues. So you also have to be patient, you know? You also have to be a bit patient. Like, as long as both people are willing to be patient with each other, it will work, for real. It will work. People should just say that, to be honest, but they know a lot of people won't agree to be just... yeah, okay, so about that. Now, about that is pure dishonesty. That is pure taking advantage. Let me tell you, there are a lot of people who will literally prey on polyamorous people. Do you understand what I'm saying? They'll literally prey on them. Because being polyamorous is basically, open season. Like, someone can come and take you. It doesn't matter if you're with someone else, they can flirt with you and have you. Right? So it's like, yeah. You can even maintain them as a partner as long as you can fool them about that, and then start fucking other people as well. It's like being polyamorous is being vulnerable, to be honest, to this tactic that you're talking about. You're a very bright person, I hope you know that. Nah, I'm dumb as fuck. I'm dumb as fuck, for real. I personally feel like poly is such a difficult situation, I don't think I could ever do it. Let me tell you something really cliche. It is two things I want to say. First, you don't have to be polyamorous yourself. That is a difficult one for people to comprehend. If you really love the other person, if you really love the other person, you're going to accept that they're going to have other partners as well. You're going to have to trust them in saying that even though they have multiple partners, they definitely want you as one for good reason, because they also feel that they love you. They're in love with you. It's not fake. I can confirm that it's not fake. It's just that some people have the capacity to literally, do as I said. For example, do what I said, which is to maintain multiple partners, but each of them doesn't feel that they're sharing, doesn't feel neglected. Like you can give them what they want, all of them. Effortlessly, you can. And you have to trust that. If you love the other person, you will trust that. And hey, what's the worst that can happen? If it doesn't work out, if they're lying to you, you dump them. What's the worst that can happen? You fucking dump them. Okay, cool. That's it, done. You don't have to lose anything. And you don't have to be polyamorous yourself either. And then I'll also say the opposite thing. Let's say that you are already with someone, okay? And you love them. And then you meet someone else and you love them too. Well, it doesn't have to be a choice. Some people will make you choose, but fuck those people. If you suddenly develop feelings and they don't actually diminish the feelings for the other person, why should it be a choice? They're the ones that have to trust you then, and if they can't, then okay, too bad, right? Wasn't meant. And there is nothing wrong, and I want to like seriously just stress this. There is nothing wrong with finding out that you can't do it, or that you don't have the capacity to allow the other person. But then you just have to take the L, because like if you actually develop feelings for them, but they don't want to give up being polyamorous just for you, just to be exclusive, then you have to take the L. If you don't want to like compromise with it, you have to take the L. And there is nothing wrong with that. But if it so happens that you fall in love with a person who's polyamorous, yeah, I don't think that you will find it hard to do. I'm pretty sure you will at least try it. I'm pretty sure you will at least try it. And if... and you know, as it is with everything, right? As it is with everything, don't let one experience sour all your experiences. Like if you end up like falling in love with a polyamorous person and they end up fucking up, that doesn't mean you should never again like approach a polyamorous person. Like that's common sense. Like each of us is different, right? In general, I would say just follow your heart, and then everything becomes easy. Hey, 100 bits? Thank you. Look at them go. Gems. I'm rich, shinies. Thank you very much for the shinies. But so yeah, I mean, these are cliché things to say, but like, I mean, I'm doing them too. Like, I'm following my heart, like in accepting, in this situation, right, that I'm in right now, in accepting like my partners, that partners like want to be able to actually mess around with others, regardless of context, to be able to have that freedom. You know, I'm also trusting. I'm also trying to trust that, you know, because I don't have a problem with it in and on itself. But what I feel lately is that a gap formed due to how it's handled. I acknowledge, for example, that I contributed to that a little bit, but not to an absurd amount where it would cause problems, just to the degree where you'll have pangs of jealousy, which is normal, all right? Because being polyamorous doesn't mean you're not jealous, doesn't mean you're immune to jealousy, okay? That's also another misconception. Like, oh, you're polyamorous, deal with it. No, that doesn't work that way. You can't hurt the person and expect it to be okay. But anyway, I am in a situation where I'm just like right now. I'm hoping that through communication, it can be understood that there is a gap, or at least that I feel there is one, and that, well, the other person now has to address this a little bit. And it's come to a point where if the other person just doesn't even want to do that, then I guess we were always just fuck buddies, and just the person either didn't realize or basically they lied. Either or, there is no middle ground there. I'm not the one to decide what happens. I'm just saying, yeah, I'll go with that. I'll go with the ask that you're asking me. I'm also telling you it's creating a tension. How about you don't create that tension because it's easy? That's the phase I'm in right now with a certain partner. But I will not say that I have been perfect, because, for example, I know that, you know, through jealousy that I've felt, I have also been bitter, for example. But again, not to a degree where it should cause like problems. It's the degree that should be understandable, considering the situation and considering how I felt. So yeah, I'm just like I'm just going with it. I'm just going with the flow, and I'm observing what's happening. Communication is key. Yeah, well, it's the 4 things that I mentioned. It's communication, honesty, consent, right? When I say honesty, you can say transparency, okay? And inclusion, because you should discuss inclusion. Like, is this something that your partner can partake? Is it something your partner can't partake? You know, what is comfortable to you? Can 2 drunk people consent to sex? Yes. Yes, they can. If you're asking me that generically, I'll say yes, they can. I've been drunk. I've never lost control of my actions and choices. I've been shit-faced and not lost, you know, control of my actions and choices. Or even my words. And I've been really, really fucking smashed, let me tell you that, in my life multiple times. There was never an instance when I didn't know what I was doing. Nah, bullshit. That's bullshit. Sorry. If you're getting so drunk that you're losing control of yourself, that's pathological. And you should seek help. And if drinking makes you lose control, then don't fucking drink. You don't have to. Get a soft drink. Get an energy drink. Get something. Get water. Exactly, stick to fucking soda, kid. Fuck that shit. It ain't for you, you know? And that's okay, that's fucking okay, that's fine, honestly. You don't have to drink alcohol. Or if you have to, if you really want to, you can make it fun. You can be with a person that you don't, that you actually trust, alright? Drink with them. When they're around. privately. If I got so drunk I consented to sex with someone which I regretted the next day, that would be my fault. Yes, the responsibility falls on you. Because if you know it has this effect on you, then why did you do it? I'm not saying it's open season, I'm not saying find, you know, I'm not saying go to a club and spot like a person who seems to be drunk out of their mind and then try to have sex with them. I'm not saying that. I'm saying find that person and keep an eye open so that nothing happens to them. And mind your fucking actions around that person. And in the morning, after you've traded numbers, and that's the most you should be doing, let them know, like, hey, I'm concerned because last night you were so out of it. You were literally trying to have sex with me. I don't think you were in your right mind. I'm just letting you know that perhaps you shouldn't drink that much. And put a little heart there. If you have to drag someone into bed who is drunk out of their mind, you're not, then I will say that it's borderline rape. Yes, I agree. If you're going to the degree, if you're really going to the degree of literally finding that drunk person who looks like completely smashed and can't even control their fucking bowel movement at that point, and you take them to their home, and you take advantage, yes, that's exactly what this is. It's the R word. You're an R word. Tell you what, if I'm wearing a mini skirt, a revealing skirt, okay? If someone is going to look for me specifically because I'm wearing that skirt and try to take me like to their home or to my home, that's the same thing. Like, listen kid, that's not how it works, right? And me drinking doesn't mean that I open up to you. It means that, like, you should take care of me, ideally. If you want to do something, I personally advise leaving it alone, honestly. I personally advise, if you see someone who is so fucking smashed, leave it alone. The most you can do and the most you should do is keep an eye open, because maybe someone else will try that, and just keep an eye open. And maybe that is like the club owner in me talking back from the day. Because believe it or not, I did care. I did care about that. I did actually care about that a lot. Maybe what you can do, like a nice thing to do, right? A nice thing to do is, let's say you're alone at the club, okay? And you see someone else and they're fucking smashed. And you're not doing anything much more, right? You're not doing something better. You don't have something else to do. Go sit there. Keep an eye. Maybe some small talk. Just to create enough of a ground, okay? To intervene if something happens. And by intervene, what I would definitely recommend is not yourself, but maybe let the bartender know. Maybe let the bouncer know. You know. But again, like, you're not the police, right? And it's not your job. So my advice is just don't interfere. Keep your shoes clean. Keep your hands cleaner. Keep your nose out of things. If it goes extremely out of hand, you can possibly report it or intervene. But because we're not talking about a crime, we're talking about a drunk person and someone like hitting on them. We're not talking about like a war crime or something. But you know, you could, if you wanted, you could keep an eye open if you wanted. You know. As long as it's not against your safety and the safety of the people involved, you know. It sucks because the whole nice guys finish last thing is so real. So if a guy is being too caring, he gets criticized. You can't be too caring. You should never ever allow yourself this pitfall. As I said, you're not the police, and you're not people's mom or people's dad. Okay? You're not even their brother, and you're not even their friend. And no one is obligated to accept you for being nice. If your only quality is being a nice guy or girl, well, that's a low bar, isn't it? Everyone can be nice. Everyone has the potential to be nice and the potential to be mean. Neither characterize you. It's just things that we can be. At times, you know. If you're a nice guy, if you're really a nice person, you should be a nice person for the sake of it, and nothing more. So if you're finishing last, maybe there are other things there. Maybe it has nothing to do with you being nice. And that's just something you have to accept. I think this whole thing with nice guys finish last, I think this whole thing is more to do, it doesn't have to do with being a nice person. It has to do with being angry at your choice to follow a certain discipline for yourself, a certain moral code that you have established for yourself, which might prevent you from doing certain things, and then you see people who choose differently, and they're getting all the meat and potatoes, and you feel wronged. But then if you do that, if you feel that way, perhaps you're not doing what you really want to do, which might be to be a little bit of a bad boy, or a little bit of a bad girl, and then go on and be a bit of a bad boy or girl, if that's what you feel is preventing you from success. Because again, we're not talking to the degree of committing crimes or anything illegal. We're talking to the degree of, being a bit of a rebel, right? Being a bit of a bad boy. Okay? Nothing wrong with that. If you see the whole nice thing not working for you, adjust. Better yet, adjust only by how you feel, not according to your target or your goals. Because then it's not gonna be you, is it? And the most important thing you can do is be you. Like that's the most important thing that you can do. On the other hand, I understand that sometimes you are being you, and being you is being a nice person, and maybe you desired like intimacy with someone who simply doesn't care that much for that, or for them it's not a deciding characteristic, and your other characteristics, make it fail, make it fucking fizzle. And then you can be a bit mad, sure, yeah, I mean, as I said, you're allowed your emotions, you're human. You'll feel jealousy, you'll feel like frustration. You have to understand there is nothing wrong with you. And there is nothing wrong with the other person either. It's all about taste. It's all about taste. Maybe they like a little bit of roughness in the character. Maybe they like someone who is perhaps not as refined as, you know. Some people see someone who's refined and nice and they melt. Other people see someone who's refined and nice and they go like, yeah, that person is really a nice guy, but like, I want some spice in this shit, you know? It's such a, like, the whole nice guy thing is such a slippery slope. It's such a slippery slope, like, just be yourself, and eventually, you'll either find someone or you won't. There is no recipe. All you can do is put yourself out there. That's all you can do. My issues... Wait, oh, sorry for that, by the way. My issues finding people are from being a single dad. In my experience, no one wants that. I'll tell you about that. When you're a single father or a single mother, for a certain period of your life, you're gonna have to accept this, because there is no relationship for you, there is only your kid. That's what's most important. If your kid is costing you other people were never meant to be for you, and on the practical side of things, once your kid is not a kid anymore, then it's your friend for life. Nothing breaks that. And at that point, you're free to look for people. You bite down while you're nurturing your kid. You bite down hard and you take the L. Okay? When your kid is your friend, then you can start looking for people. Like me, for me personally, okay, I'll tell you this. For me personally, and being the way I am, right? So I can't speak for everyone like that. You know, I can't fucking speak for everyone. But a person in the same shoes as I am would be like, and I'll be brutal about it, would be like, okay, how old is your kid? Is your kid like over 18? Because first of all, I wouldn't want to mess with anything that isn't an adult. First of all, okay? Is your kid over 18? If your kid is over 18, I don't give a fuck. I can even be their friend. I don't give a... It's a grown-ass person, you know? You could even, like, all together go and watch a fucking movie or something. Shit like that. And your kid is at an age at that point where they can be like, okay, dad and, you know, this girl or guy probably need some privacy. I'm gonna fucking go over to my friends and sleep there. I don't care. You know, they can do that. Or if you're friends, you can be like, hey, you know, Bob, I'm gonna be bringing something over probably. probably a person. Can you scoot over to like Jim's house? Is that okay? You know, you work it out. Once your kid is at that age, you work it out. The difficult part is getting to that age, you know? And I mean, even that, like, there are people who will accept it. I personally wouldn't. But there are people who would accept it. Definitely. And as far as I'm concerned, you know, where I don't have any reservations when it comes to, you know, this kind of thing, there is this lady that I know, for example, Rachel, Rahil, because it's Greek. So, well, Greek something, I don't remember what. But for example, she's got a son, and her son is like, well, not exactly grown up, you know. But we've still gone out for coffee, for example. We've still like chatted. We've still this and that. And was it unattractive to me that that person had a kid? No. I would prefer to avoid it, obviously, and you know, unless the kid is like grown up. But like, you know, it depends on how the person also manages it. If it's always in the foreground, it can be trouble. If it's not on the foreground, you can ignore it most of the time. You know, you can be okay with that most of the time. And if you go out on a date, for example, and you date, for example, okay, and every single date has to do with a kid, that's a problem. But if you can go out and just be cool, let's say you go with your partner, like you go out like a couple of times a week, let's say 3 times a week. If it's like maybe one of those times there's gonna be an emergency, like a reason to go back, to cancel and to take care of your kid, I mean, of course, sure. But my personal criteria is like if it goes over 50%, then probably that single parent is unable to actually be a partner, because they need to focus on their kid. Like their kid demands it, and we don't fuck around with that. We don't mess around with that, right? You're never gonna make a parent choose you or their kid. You're never gonna do that. Because that's like a massive dick move. That is like beyond the dick move. That is like just, you don't do that shit. You don't do that shit. It's that simple. Like that is like absurd. Just don't date. So if it goes over an arbitrary number that you're gonna set for yourself, like let's say that I see Zai 10 times a month, and like 8 of those times it's like you know, cancellation due to the kid or whatnot, then cool, it's just not meant to be, at least not yet, and therefore I won't date in that case. I'll still hang out and stuff, but like, you know, dating would be out of the question for me, right? But there are people who don't think that, or there are people who have a higher tolerance to that. And again, like once your kid hits a certain age, then yeah. Then I don't see a fucking problem. So I'm guessing your case, all you have to do is kind of wait it out. But you know, make the best of it, is what I would say. Let me put on another list. I'd say make the best of it. What do we have?
What is this? There we go. Yeah, that's I think that's the simplest thing for real. I'm holding up. That's how I am. I'm holding up. Or holding on, I guess. Give me a sec. I have to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm gonna mute myself. Enjoy music and I'll be right back. And I'm back. I mean, yeah, like, depending on how you see it, I could be doing well and I could be doing bad. And that's pretty mysterious, I'm gonna say, but like, yeah, it is what it is. I'm just over here waiting to see if I'll go on a date with Kat. That's what I'm waiting here to see. But not really waiting. I mean, I wanted to stream up until that point. And I'm doing exactly that. Just being me, you know, I talk about what I talk openly about stuff, and I needed that. Yeah. A date. Which might not happen. The ball is not on my court.
And like including today, including earlier today, I've said all I had to say and I've done all I had to do. It's no longer on me. I'm just here being an absolute fucking fabulous, lovable person. And I'm just putting myself out there and, you know, talking about how I feel about that situation and other situations and like how I wanna be. And I've given my reasons and I've given my words and I've given like my guarantees, and whatever happens, happens, I guess now. I'm just here in the middle of, like in the eye of the storm where things are peaceful. And as I said earlier, I'm fucking blooming. Like this little flower over here. And I am comfortable in having done and still doing my absolute best to handle like things. But the ball is not on my court. Simple as that. Be balling. Defamation at once, shut up. Shut up with your call-outs. Rest a 3 swap? Oh my god, you're losing it. You're losing it. That's it. You're Jarl Balgroup at this point. Get it with double L, Jarl Balgroup. Was it good enough for you? Balgroup balling. Can only talk about bodies and defamations. Yeah. I do wonder though. I have 2 questions. Like, first of all, where is Pressure Matt? Like, what happened? Was the pressure too much for Matt? Or wasn't there like enough pressure? Who knows? But Pressure Matt is now gone. So that was my first question, because he also left at such a weird pivotal point of the conversation where we're discussing like nice guys and the whole trope of nice guys. That's my first question. And the second question is like, so you've heard me start to finish on this stream. You've heard me, like you've heard me out. Have I been unjust or unfair or anything, I wonder, to you? I don't wonder often, but I'm wondering it now. Like, I wonder what you're thinking having heard of all those things. And Fish also isn't here. Back in the sea, probably. No, I meant like everyone. Like, well, like I'm trying to say, thoughts on the subjects discussed, like thoughts on the topics, anyone. That's what I'm saying. And I'm not looking to create an echo chamber. I'm just genuinely saying thoughts, question mark, on the topics discussed. Let me put it that way, because the way I put it earlier, it does sound like I'm looking for like an echo chamber, but no, that's not my intention. So yeah, thoughts, question mark?
Let's see. Only been here for the back half, but the part I did here made me reflect on the situations I was. Okay. And Fish says, I think you give good perspective. Well, you too. You may not realize it, but you too. Yeah, I mean, the stream is a random reflection stream, Neris. I'm reflecting as much as you are. A bit short with answers. Ah, you're being a gym fiend. Okay, that's why you went silent. No worries about it. I was just wondering if you became a little bit if the conversation brought you down a little bit. Since you are also going through a rough patch, let's say. Or facing a dilemma, or whatever you want to call it. Hey, Kaori. Where is Drew? Where is Elle? I wonder. Where is Zai? Zai is probably cooking nuggets. And Fish is saying, I can get down a bit, but then I try and stay strong and just move with my life. Like I can't walk on eggshells my whole life for excess. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Playing League and watching. I liked our match yesterday. I didn't like my conversation with Sam and Nal afterwards, but I did great. Yeah, I kind of did good, didn't I? I was kind of like bawling there for a little bit. I had my moments. I had my Fiora moments where I pressed Q sometimes on someone and then it worked, and then I put them on fire and they died and whatever. It was kind of cool. It was fine. And then we got stomped. And that's okay. It's fine getting stomped. You know? No nuggets today? Oh, damn. When are you going to show me a toasty? Just when? I long for the day where you will show me a toasty. You know, I've set up an alarm, and the alarm has to do with my date, or possible date, I guess, at this point. And you know what? Once that thing rings, and I have no answer,
well, I'll have an answer, won't I? Random thought, random reflection, which is aptly titled. Yeah, working on eggshells is I know what you mean. You're becoming a big titty ginger boyfriend at the gym. I see. Hey, make sure that you stay proportionate, okay? In my experience, being proportionate is what is hot. Get huge all around then. It's all about the proportions. That's what makes the look. You're proportional to a potato. Don't forget that you're talking to your favorite streaming hash brown. Don't forget that. You know what? I'll tell you what. Chilling with you, like all of you, whoever you are, all of you, not just the people talking. You're good in my book. You're all good in my book. And it's cool to be able to do so. Yeah, I'm kind of grateful that I can do what I'm doing today. That's my reward for streaming. You know that? My reward for streaming games for you and I both is that sometimes, and I know not many people are gonna agree that it's healthy, but for me it's healthy. Okay? Sometimes I can just fire up the stream and be like, hey, today I'm going to be talking about me. I can do that. I'm gonna be talking about me and everything that concerns me, be it other people, be it like my emotions, be it like anything. Like I can say whatever I want, and that is like very therapeutic. It's very therapeutic, I'm telling you. And I wouldn't change it for the world. Honestly, the ability to do that, I wouldn't change it for the fucking world. At the end of the day, putting myself and my experiences and my life out there, my feelings, my thoughts, that's the shit. Honestly, that's the fucking shit, dude. I want to be an open book about these things.
Well, I enjoy talking about my problems, but sometimes I'm afraid that talking about it makes me feel okay with it, so I don't deal with the actual problem, and then getting stuck in an endless loop. It's all about having your choices running in the background. Like, for example, me, right? Right now, I am talking to you about the situation I'm in with Kat, right? I'm talking about that right now. I'm not hiding anything. I'm just, you know, when I want to talk about someone or something, I will say the name. I will say the situation. I will be very open about it. And I'm doing that now. And you could say that, yeah, maybe that way I'm not dealing with the problem, or I'm not facing my choices, let's say, or I'm not this and I'm not that. I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't see it as a problem. It is what it is, and what happens at this point, okay? Maybe seeing it as a problem is the problem, or would have been, or was. But as far as that goes, just have your solution running in the background. Have your gameplay, your plan, your game plan, have it running in the background. Whether it be you making decisions, whether it be you waiting for a decision, it's running in the background. So there's no harm talking about it. Now, if you're only talking about it and doing nothing else, then it can be an issue. If our talk earlier inspired you towards a solution, or towards like a decision, and you taking the decision, right? Well, in that case, you're not just talking about your problem, you're also actually doing stuff about it, while also talking about it. So, yeah. Plus, sometimes, some things you can't really control, right? Like, again, my favorite phrase, Zell's favorite phrase as well, apparently, it takes two to tango. You're doing your dance. You can't control the other half. But you can certainly talk about stuff. You can certainly open up and like share your feelings and your thoughts about it, and like, you know. It's all different from people to people. Yeah, it is. A lot of things are, I suppose. Like me being here talking about these things, I'll tell you what it does. It does two things that are important to me. Maybe more, but let's start with these two. And maybe not more, but let's say two for now. The first thing that it does is that actually talking about it, one way or the other, helps me. Because I hear myself, alright? I'm listening and thinking of what I'm saying. Therefore, I'm actually contemplating while I'm talking. For me, talking can be a form of meditation. It can also be a form of expressing feelings. It can be a form of venting. It can be many things. I love talking. So it does that, right? It calms me down. It helps me formulate thoughts. Sometimes I say things and I'm like, did I like what I say? Did I really mean what I say? And I go back and kind of like work on it, or consider what I said as opposed to what I was feeling.
if it happens. And it helps me kind of like regulate my own feelings and thoughts as well. And the other thing it accomplishes, and that's for sure, is that by putting that stuff out there openly and talking about it openly, it means they are readily available for whoever these things concern to hear my thoughts without any filters and without any fear or regret. And even though, like, a lot of people would think, I will not say this on stream because then someone can go and watch the stream and call me out on it. For me, it's the opposite. It's like, I will put it on stream because if there is like a dialogue to be made, it's a good way to make it. Like, all this time we've been making dialogue, right? With like what? With every one of you, right? I don't like this whole cloak and dagger thing where, what am I going to do? Am I going to log in here on Twitch and just be like, don't worry guys, everything is okay, everything is peachy, and put on my game face and like, nah. I'd rather you know me as Daphne, like the human, the person. I don't care to create like a persona that is untouchable by problems and emotions. Some people like to do that and they find escapism in that. And much love to those people, but I'm not one of them. And that's okay, like both choices are okay. What you see is what you get is my mantra here. Yeah, what you see is what you get. And yeah, it does. It does, yeah. It is a very good way to be, Zai, honestly. It's a very good way to be. Like what I told you before. Wait a minute, is the music over? No. Like what I was saying before, for example, right? So the parts that concern Kat, for example, which I brought up in name as well. Like the parts that concern here, I actually named here. And I do that all the time. Like I really do that all the time. If I want to talk about specifically someone, even with my other ex, where we had like the truth or dare problem, like Artemis, for example. Not with my other ex, with that ex, okay? Sorry about that burp. Again, like I've said it before, if Artemis was to jump in here, right, and was going to say, that is how you viewed things back then, I'd be like, yeah, that's how I viewed back then. You know, it's like, what I'm trying to say is that instead of being afraid of it, which I am, okay, I am, honestly, but instead of like being so afraid that you don't do it, I'm like, I'll do it. And like, what's the worst that can happen? A person can come and say to me, for example, oh, you're exposing things. Like, I'm not exposing things, they're part of me. These memories aren't like copyrighted. These memories are memories I was part of. Like, these experiences are things I lived. They're mine as much as the other person's. So as long as I'm being honest and open, and as long as like I'm not hiding stuff or like changing the truth, I'm okay with that. It's within my rights to refer to those things. And sure, they can put someone off, they can throw someone off as well. But if that someone, for example, were to talk to me, they would hear the same things. And in most cases they have already. So what's the reason to hold back in that case? You know, there's nothing good is gonna come out of holding back anyway. I mean, I don't hold back on my private conversations. Why would I hold back on like a public conversation? I don't mind, honestly. And like, if I can't talk to my experience about my experiences and about how I feel and share my thoughts, well, what's the point of streaming then? Like, what's the point of putting yourself out there? Because it's not gonna be yourself, it's going to be the person you want yourself to be, and I don't want that. I want, as flawed as I am, I would like to be out there as I am. And it's simple as that. And hey, maybe sometimes as well, right? Sometimes there's also a side benefit, a small side benefit is that, like, when you put things out there like this, someone can, for example, refer to it, okay, and they can have like an open view to my mind and to my heart, and that can be very important. And of course, you know, such a person could ask me, for example, in person, but they would still get the same reply. The only difference is that here I don't have to be asked to share. I share because I want to. That is like, that's my right. What is Daphne's opinions on, you know, polyamorous relationships? There you go. They're here, they're going to be on YouTube. That's it. Like, you know, what happened with Daphne and Enfer. That is out there. People can refer to it. I've got nothing to hide. Yeah, maybe there will be a date, maybe not. Probably not at this point. But thank you very much. And it was really nice hanging out, Zai. And thank you for being here. Fun fact about, you know, sharing stuff, I'll tell you what. For example, in one of the previous streams, for example, I mentioned like my then girlfriend, Astarte, losing, you know, pissing herself literally due to a cockroach encounter that was like cockroach savage, like for real. That was like crazy. Now she could come over here and tell me, for example, hey, why are you sharing this? Well, because I want to. End of story. Like, that's it. I don't care. Not in a bad way, but like, you know. Or, you know, remember that day when I was feeling so down that, like, I had some old things to heal up, for example, and I started talking about previous relationships. Any one of those people could come here and call me out on like sharing that information, and my answer would be the same. I'm sharing what is in my heart and my life. It just happens to include other people. I'm not discussing them, I'm fucking discussing me and my experiences. They're part of it, so tough luck. I don't see anything detrimental. Maybe I'm crazy. Besides, except for when it's been warranted, I don't think I've, like, badmouthed the person. I think the most I've gone, like the farthest I've gone, really. And to be honest, it was fun. Like, I was laughing my ass off on stream. And I think that like that person would also be laughing their ass off at this point if they if they actually heard it. Was commenting on on someone's like BJ skills and calling them a sarlacc pit because they were like, it was too toothy. Okay, it was too fucking toothy. What do you want me to do? Of course I'll share. Fuck it. They're blowjob skills, yeah. And I'm talking about Crystal, which was one of my exes. It's an ex of mine from way back. Like I was well, I mean, it was between the age of like 19 and 22, right? And it was a long-term relationship, okay? And I was reminiscing on that stream. I was reminiscing, and I was like, you know, Olga, which was her second name, so her full name was Olga Crystal. Well, yeah, so, you know, we were young, and I guess she wasn't experienced, and that thing was a sarlacc pit. Honestly. Too much tooth, okay? And I think that's like the... And I mean it in such a sweet way though, like, for real. I cherish these memories, like all of my memories, with everyone. I cherish them. They are my life. These memories and these experiences, and the people I've met, and like all of that shit, all this is my life. I wouldn't change it for nothing. I would not change a single thing. I think if I changed like things, then I wouldn't be the same person. I like to think that I'm actually I'm doing an okay job at being a person. So I don't want to change things. I mean, some things I would like to change, I guess. But again, I mean, like, would I really though? Would I really? No, I don't know, probably not. I'm content. There have been bad moments, there have been good moments. Some people I hated, some people I loved. And still do. Both of them. Well, for what reason do you feel like you want to change? For example, something I would like to change, if I could, just because I hurt a person. For example, it was... But if I change that, then they won't learn their lesson, will they? Like that incident at the club where I managed to hurt the feelings of a person that I considered like my brother. And they considered me their sister as well. And we were like really tight. And I've said this before, like I've explained this, I've gone in depth about this experience on stream. So I'm not gonna tire you with it right now, but I ended up like indirectly hurting that person's feelings because I was misinformed by both that person and another person that was involved. So it wasn't really my fault even, but like I wish that didn't happen. But would I change it? Like there's a difference, like you wish it didn't happen, or it happened or the result was achieved in a different way. I guess that's the best way to put it. I wish the result was achieved in a different way, but I think a different way wouldn't achieve the same result, so it's a dead end. Like, no, there's nothing I would change after all, you see what I mean? I think about it hard and I'm like, nah, I wouldn't change it. And have I ever been like in the wrong, like in the absolute wrong? Have I ever been in the absolute wrong where like it was all my fault and my fault alone? And like, I'm trying to think about that. But you know what? It takes two to fucking tango. And if that dance is fucked up, it's never one person's fault. So what would you change? Nothing. I don't know. I would change nothing in the end. I regret nothing. I guess it's more material things that I would change. Like for example, some shit that happened like with my mother, and I ended up losing a deal for my house, for my apartment, a deal that was like super magnificent and would have solved my problems for life. Again, it wasn't my fault. I was fucking set up for that. Would I change that? Yes, I would. Nothing good came out of that. Like, not a single good thing came out of that. That I would change. But would I change any experience I have with people? No, I wouldn't. Is there any situation where I would say, I wish I did this differently with X or Y? Or A or B? No, there isn't. There isn't. Even when my actions caused hurt, it turned out to make the person better. I referred to that example earlier when I said Katya, for example, right now is grateful for pushing some truths on her and for being honest to her about certain subjects that, you know, back then she was very resistant to actually understanding. And it's natural to be resistant because that was the age and that was the time. And those were the brains that she was carrying. And you know, I like to think, and I think she's confirmed that. I'll go on a limb here and say that more or less she's confirmed that. You know, these experiences made her a better person, even though in the moment we both hurt immensely each other. These experiences made her a better person, and to hear her say that just makes me tear up. Can you hear that in the background? People like cheering. That's people cheering. I don't know what's happening, but whatever. Probably some sports event or something, sports related. So let me read this. Is it anything you want to like change right now, improve in a certain area, or something about yourself? Yes, there is, and I'm working on it. And that is to actually be able to be more or less emotional in some moments that require clarity, to be able to catch things going, you know, snowballing before they snowball. I'd like to improve on that. Whatever it is, like, it's a difficult question to change right now. Yes, there is a thing that I'll take it literally, okay? Let me start over. I'll take it super literally. Anything I would like right now, in this right exact moment, what would I change? Not having a date with Kat. Apparently I'm not. It's only like half an hour left for my alarm clock. I would change that if I could.
I would, there's a second thing. I would go back to my conversation from last night with Sam and Al. And what would I do about that? Well, there's not much I can do, but I wish they would understand what I was saying. Hey Sam, what's up? Lurker. Before I answer that, I'll move on with the question. Improve in a certain area. My communication skills. I would like to improve them. As I said, I catch myself sometimes letting things snowball on my end due to my emotions being way too strong. I'm getting better at it. But I would still wish I was able to improve instantly. And then you're saying something about myself. Tough one. Let me think. Yeah, there is something. I need to work out more. I would change that. But otherwise, I don't want to change a thing. Come and gym with me? You're a bit far away, you know that? You're over at Samland. You're over at Sweden. The devil's domain. Sam being the devil, of course. Come and gym with me with webcam. I mean, you're supposed to be paying for that, you know that? Put your Daphne dollars where your mouth is. That's all I'm gonna say. I mean, yeah, keep it coming. Keep it coming. I know, it's controlled doses. Now, to answer what Sam said. What will you do about that, indeed? I don't know, Sam. You and Al sounded like so fucking dismissive and like dogpiling. And like sarcastic and shit. I was over there trying to open up and shit. It felt like I got dogpiled. I'd change that. Perhaps I failed to get across what I was trying to say. But you two were a fucking rough audience, you know that? I am Jimmy at the same time as talking to you. I know. Oh, you're talking about that. You're talking about the previous time. Okay, sorry. But yeah, Sam, what you were saying, like when I was saying like with good timing things can work out. I don't know if you know that, but like what I was meaning was like I don't think like yeah it can work. Yeah, it's okay. That's what I believe anyway. Judging by what I've seen anyway. I don't think it's that difficult to handle what you call it. I don't think it's that difficult to actually handle, for example, one person like you know, not everyone gets along in the end, right? But you can be in between, let's say, and you can keep things satisfied on both ends. It had nothing to do with like you or Al, like, you know, having to do anything. All I was saying is that it works. It's okay. You can't force people to get along nicely. And that wasn't my intention, that wasn't what I was saying that should happen. Right? So, you know. Anyway. I'm saying that if you, for example, like, you know, let's say you don't want to play with Kat, okay? Cool. I can. So all I have to do is manage the timing. Play with you, play with Kat, play with Zell, play with Kaori. It's manageable. That's what I'm saying. The rest is up to each of you, you know? The rest is up to each of you. I'm not gonna meddle with that. And when Al said that, oh, you're talking but you're saying nothing, I beg to differ, because like, what I was saying was that like, yeah, you know what? I appreciate your stance and respect it. Okay. I don't think that's nothing. And I also appreciate that you care. You know, both of you. I don't know what you guys were hearing on your side, but like, that's what I was saying from my side. I was basically opening up about how I think and how I feel about those subjects. Perhaps I shouldn't have, or I don't know, maybe the timing was wrong, but I don't think I'll agree that I'm saying nothing then or now. And what I was saying then is what I said now. So yeah, it's much like what I said to Zell, for example. You know, you manage your time, And it works. It's fine. If it can't be better, then it's fine. Anyway, I'm not gonna go much more into it. Honestly. Because I said what I had to say, so you know. It's not like there is something to debate about it, or you know, it's just like my my ruminations on the whole matter. Let me see what you sent. Cool. You really are Ginger, aren't you? Peace. Damn. Though yeah, that's sweet. Cool shit. Shaping up over time. Ginger is rare, by the way. It's interesting. Well, you're kind of blonde ginger, like not actually ginger in the real, like, you know, it's not reddish, let's say. It's an orange ginger kind of thing. It's interesting. Ginger with blue eyes is even more rare. Is it? I guess, I mean, I don't know, now that you mention it, like, I'm not too sure about that. I don't have much experience with gingers. We ain't that bad? No, no, you're not. Either way. Never heard your voice. No, I've never heard your voice. That is true. We've never had a voice chat. A two-way voice chat. We've had like a one-way voice chat in the form of streaming, but not really a voice chat per se. Now I'm curious, and this is not racist, but it's just curiosity. I'm curious how close to Sam you're gonna be sounding when you speak English. Sam's English is like, you could think that Sam is like British. So I'm curious if that has to do like with Swedish people maybe being more inclined to have an accent. Gotta have a voice chat with you one day. Sure. I'm right here. I'm right here, me and my microphone. ASMR. Yeah, apparently. That's a good question. So, yeah, I guess since, though I have to say, for just chatting, this has gone on for a while. And, I mean, I'm not too sure what is left to say for the things I wanted to say, which I did. And I usually, when it's just chatting, I don't want to push it. You know, what comes out, comes out. Like sharing stuff for 4 hours there is diminishing returns at one point where you open up, and it's like it's nice, and then you hit like that plateau, and then from that plateau and on, it's like it starts having like it starts backfiring even if you're not careful. In the sense of starting to lose steam and feel tired, and you know, because as I said, like opening up about stuff, like it's not costless. It has a stamina cost. It does. As in like emotional stamina, if that makes sense. Plus the music just makes me want to chill more. Ouch, fuck my knee. Plus the music just makes me want to chill more, to be honest. Like, peace out completely. I'm just here, mellowing in my thoughts, I guess, if that makes sense. And so I feel at that point, I mean, there is also no quota I have to meet. Like, there's no like, you have to say this many words per minute, or you have to, like, it's nothing like that. For all I care, okay, and for all that Twitch cares, and you probably, all of you, I could just sleep right now. I could literally just leave my stream running and I could sleep. Which is something that people do apparently. And if I wanted to make it better, I would even like turn on my camera and you can watch me sleep. I could do that for all anyone cares, right? So I also don't feel that obligated. It's just that usually I don't want to do that. or not usually, but like I would rather turn off the stream, for example, and just chill, you know? And I'll be honest, it's approaching that point. Besides, from the start I didn't initially, or even now, like plan to stream for like too long. I wanted to say a few things, which I did. And then I wanted to see if, you know, if that date is gonna happen. And then, you know, knowing that, at that point, knowing that, I would be like, okay, make some other plans. Maybe go chill somewhere, or, you know, fire up Guild Wars and do something, or, you know, things like that, which I don't think, I'm not sure like any of that would be interesting right now to people. Then again, I can't gauge very well, so who knows. But the point is that I couldn't commit from the start to a game stream today. So yeah, it was like a just chatting and chill stream, I guess. But yeah, I mean, since we're all here, like, are we Gucci-san? That's all I need to know. Okay, that's all I need to know, dude, for real. I wanna be Gucci. Headbutts. I'm hungry too. I'm actually quite fucking hungry. You know what? I might go. I mean, let me think. What would I like to do that I could stream, I could share with you? Like right now? Slime runs? Come on, listen, I can't, like... I'm not gonna play slime runs. You know that. I'm not gonna do that. I considered, so what I considered was like the options here, right? The options here would be, I guess I could close with like, I don't know, doing like a daily in Final Fantasy because I don't want to do more. Maybe like, yeah, maybe some front lines or some expert and 90 or some shit like that, you know, some roulettes or whatever, just to hit the cap for the week, because I haven't the cap of tombstones, which, to be fair, And then the other option would be Guild Wars, in which what I would do right now. So right now, if I was to log in Guild Wars, I would try to learn Deadeye a bit more properly, which has been troubling me. The sensation I get from Deadeye is that the rotation feels disjointed, as if, not in a bad way, it's something I have to get used to, as if the rotation is comprised of smaller mini rotations that have a definite end and start under certain conditions, and I get confused a little bit
as to when each part fits into the equation. So basically adjusting to situations. And of course I don't have the muscle memory for it yet, which, yeah, it can be a problem, obviously. So I was gonna like hit the dummy there and try to snipe the fuck out of it, kind of. And like I can see the potential in Deadeye for sure, and I love I don't love the sound effects. It's a bit weird, like a spaghetti western like gunshot sounds, like pew, you know, that sort of thing. Like it's a bit weird. Like I feel that like pistol sounds are better. I wish Deadeye could work with pistols instead of a sniper rifle. So dual pistols, dual daggers would have been like super cool. But we can't do that, so that's okay. I could go into PlanetSide and play some PlanetSide for a bit, just chill, vibe to it. It's easy to vibe to PlanetSide. Yeah, it's easy to vibe to it, even though it looks like a pretty crazy game. You can vibe to it for sure. For a bit, like for an hour or so, you can vibe to it. I wouldn't do Dragon Age because that takes ages, no pun intended. Let me see, right? There we go. Here is Elden Ring for when we decide to do our co-op, which is not gonna be now because, yeah, again, it's gonna take hours. Dead Space, I mean, I'm good, no thanks, not for now. Baldur's Gate 3 on stream. No, I won't stream Baldur's Gate 3 ever. Skyrim, no, not yet. Skyrim has its own. It's gonna be dedicated when it starts again. It's gonna be super dedicated. Halls of Torment, I guess I could have a run there, but like I feel I've played a lot of that lately. Yawn. I feel I've played a lot of that. I'm not sure I want to play more currently, even though it's a great game. Yeah, I know, but that's the thing, like I don't want to go into yeah, I don't want to go into a very similar thing right now. As for all the rest, interesting question. I'm trying to find, I mean, Fear is always a nice game to go to. Fear 2 especially, for some reason, which everyone hates. I think Fear 2 is like a guilty pleasure. I'm not gonna lie. Song of Horror would have been a nice idea, but that also needs its own stream. It's a very nice idea to dedicate a couple of streams to it. It's a nice game, I really like it. Yeah. I could go for some Takugan. Yeah, so Takugan is an interesting one. That game is a friend of mine was the lead developer, and other friends were also part of the team, and they made that game. And it's a little bit like Smash Brothers, a little bit like that kind of style, like where you fight your friends in like arenas, and basically you're tacos and burritos with guns. It's a catchy title, yes. I bought it to support them. I haven't fired it up much. It's an old story, that. Alright, so yeah, I fired it up just to check it. I found it kind of amusing, and that's all. Like, my investment with it is that, like, I know the people who made it, right? It's cool. So I bought it, of course. So yeah. Then we can play, you know what, at one point I want to play Tomb Raider, all of them from the beginning, so starting like with this, and then going to the second one and the third one. I'd like to do that at one point. Shadow and Rise, yeah. Shadow of the Tomb Raider especially holds a special like place in my heart. It's such a goofy game. I find it very goofy, honestly. It tries to be so serious. I don't know, it's goofy. I think the first one of this trilogy was just interesting to see. It was just interesting to see how they changed it around, how they changed things with Lara. Okay, you know, I enjoyed it. A bit basic, I think. The second one, more fleshed out, trying to be some kind of like survival experience, I guess, kind of. I don't. It was okay. It was okay. Honestly, I liked it. And then, you know, and then Shadow of the Tomb Raider happens, and it's so fucking whack. I don't know. And I played it a bit, as you can see. I played like a couple of streams. And then I was confronted by the Shadow of the Tomb Raider like speedrun community members, all one of them, who was mad at me on stream for like not knowing the proper routes and all the fucking acrobatic tricks and all that. And then at one point I came across like a sequence where you play Lara as a kid, okay, in her mansion, and Lara, let me tell you that, controls like a gorilla and also animates like a gorilla in this sequence. And I was laughing so hard, it completely ruined my immersion. I couldn't fucking play the game, I dropped it. I was like, this shit right here fucking broke me. Like that broke me, like that segment broke me. Just thinking about it makes me want to laugh. So probably, yeah, probably I'll try to revisit that. Such a dumb game, honestly. What can I say? Then Hellblade, you know, Hellblade is nice. I don't think I could stream it again. I've streamed it like twice. I don't think I'll stream it again. It's like, whatever. It's done, you know? It's done. It's cool, whatever. I tried to stream Black Mesa once. I got bored of it because it looked like... Even... Sorry. Even as the guys have done like an excellent job at revitalizing it. Half-Life 1, that is. It's still so much Half-Life 1, and as much as I loved it, it's over now. You know, it's fucking over now. It's done. I don't think I'll stream it. XCOM 2, I'd like to stream that. At one point I'd like to mod it a little bit, not excessively, like maybe get a mod list for it, you know, to make it more enjoyable. Maybe some classes, maybe a few tweaks here and there, you know, nothing major. And then what I want to do is literally start streaming it and create a squad of all of you guys and myself, and have a go and see how far we make it. So that was an idea that I had, which I might do. I'd be up for Tekken, but 8 is coming out, it's not worth it, and I don't think I'll play Tekken 8. Then of course you've got Nioh, which, well, I don't know what to tell you about that one. All I can tell you about Nioh is like too many grabs, too many command grabs, I feel. So
I'm not so sure about this one. Perhaps co-op I would stream it. But you know what? If you've got like Elden Ring and you can co-op Elden Ring, why would you co-op like Nioh 2? They're a bit different, sure, but not different enough, in my opinion. And one of them is worse. Simple as that. So I'm not too sure about it. So that's it. So I don't know, like, right now, I'd probably stream nothing. And wow, that dog is barking so loud. Can you hear it? I hope not, but probably you can. That dog is my neighbor's dog. It's like right next, so something got it like barking now. So yeah, whatever. I'm not gonna play Portal 2 because I'll be embarrassed at my skills, probably, at my puzzle solving. Damn. Yeah, that's it. So no, I don't have anything that I would particularly start streaming now for the next, like, I don't know, hour, maybe? Less? God, that dog is going. Like, it's going hard. Jesus. Osu? What's Osu? A rhythm game. Let me take a look. Awesome. What if... Listen. I don't think like this... No, this looks like something I would... Oh god, that would be like complete disaster for me. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, I think I will fail horribly. Let me put you back on stream. There you go. I think that one I will literally just not be able to do. It stresses me, like having to click so many things. You probably started watching some extreme things from World Top players. Also looks like a nightmare. Yes, I know, it looks nightmarish. You click with keyboard? What do you mean? I mean, I'll be honest, like I don't need to stream a game right now. It's like I'm so chill. You know, I'm gonna go, I think. I'm going to unceremoniously go. Like that, like you usually don't say I'm gonna go, right? But now it's unceremonious. It's okay though. It's all good. It's all good because I'll see you tomorrow. And likely we're gonna Dragon Age. Which, from what I remember, I was doing certain things. The pace of which was a little bit of a slog. if I'm honest. I might just have to focus clearing maps until I have like all this power that's required of, you know, to do all the dark roads or deep roads, I guess. Getting to Night Enchanter takes ages. Yeah, I know. Dragon ages. Yes. Yeah, I did that. Without thinking, I just did that. Forgive me. But yeah, no, it's been a very nice stream. At least for me, it has been very interesting. I'll say thank you for listening, and thank you for, because it wasn't watching, right? It was listening. So thank you for listening. I'll see you tomorrow. I hope that you don't get to Nah, you can't, like, you can? Where are my goals? I don't think you understand. Oh no. You can't watch tomorrow? I might, you know what? I might do it on Thursday. In that case, I might not stream tomorrow, I might stream on Thursday. What? Thursday also doesn't work for you. Oh my god. Let me think. I'm considering things. Wait, please, wait. I'm considering things. Is it okay for all of you on Saturday? Should I move it to Saturday so you can humiliate me on Saturday? It's not just you, it's like so everyone here can do. Okay, so wait. Zell, what about you? Are you good tomorrow? Plus, you've seen me dance before? Yeah, you have. In real life. That's true. Cool. So it looks like I can do it tomorrow as well. I see. God, you're evil, all of you. You're fucking evil. You still have 19k coins, like how? Fucking how? What? Who said I should lower the prices? Who here said I should lower the prices? Like, for real? Oh my god. 150k is too much.
We can't do 150k, we'll never reach it. And then everyone is like, I'm rich, I've got like 40k, 60k, 80k. Holy shit. This is crazy. This is crazy. That's another reason to turn down the stream. To turn it off. Because like you're gaining right now. Like it's unstoppable. Like holy shit at this point. I'm gonna introduce a billion little goals of like 1,000 each, and it's gonna be just drink water, say good morning, 5k to meow, like 20k to bark or something, like shit like that. Take a shot of like tequila or something, I don't fucking know. Something to spend your stupid coins. Because otherwise, no matter what I do, you're gonna be destroying me every time. Here I was thinking the old money will never die. Oh my. Oh my god. I'll see how I'll deal with you all. Yeah, the stream is going to be tomorrow then, fuck it. Usual schedule. Tomorrow's tomorrow. Usual shit. Hey, I wonder where Door is. I'm not even gonna lie, like I'm worried a little bit. Where the fuck is Door? And Adam as well, like where is Adam? Though I mean Adam pops in every now and then, so I'm not too worried, but like where's Door though? Damn. I hope she's okay. For real. Alright, so okay, enough dilly-dallying. Okay. Honestly, I'm really appreciative of you people, for real. I really thank you for a good stream. Okay, thank you for being good listeners. Okay. Not happening. That's it. Tomorrow is tomorrow. No, thank you. Oh, no, thank you. Oh, damn. Okay, I was like, no, thank you. I don't want to get dilly-dally. Just go. Just leave. Leave right now, you embarrassing piece of shit. Fucking go. Right now. Close the door as you go. I see. No, you're welcome. You're welcome. Alright, so I'll see you tomorrow, guys, okay? Stay safe. And be cool. And I'll be right here tomorrow. Thank you all. Honestly. Have a great evening, everyone, and thank you for watching. Bye-bye for now. I'll see you soon.